How's it going, everyone? It's me, it's Saud. It's been a hot minute. Thank you for joining us for our rebroadcasting of our Tiny Tables Chaos Theory one shot. I'm going to keep this very brief because I'm GMing and the announcements and this, you're going to hear my voice a lot, so I apologize ahead of time. Three things. So first, thank you for joining us. If you haven't already, follow us on social media at TurnTables RPG. We're also on YouTube at TurnTables RPG. We're very active on Twitter and Instagram. The second thing is that this month is actually our development month for Monster of the Week Season 2. Like every other gaming group, we're finding time that we can meet during this month so that we can take our notes and observations of our first season's experimental format and reworking it for Season 2, and then reworking the story and creating new characters and all the really fun stuff that comes with development. So we're very excited to share that with you, and as soon as we have more concrete dates or information, we will pass that along to you. And then the last thing is, if you're looking to invite your friends to kind of like learn more about us, or the one shots are a really great way to do that because they're just a one-off story. So tonight is Chaos Theory VOD on Thursday. Next Tuesday, the 23rd, will be Metahuman Uprising with the VOD going up on Thursday, the 25th. And then the final Tuesday of the month, the 30th, will be our Sexy Battle Wizards one shot, which will be going up as a VOD on YouTube on Thursday, December 2nd. So thank you so much for your continued support. Some of us will be in chat, so feel free to say hi, and enjoy Chaos Theory. Yeah, my bad.
Oh,
Are we good?
Sorry,
Are we
sorry,
good to
stream.
go?
Yeah, we should be. Audio should be up now. Yeah, I just busy.
Well, that means
also
they,
setting up
did you mute it on purpose so they would miss my whole conversation about the cat?
No, I just legitimately did not hit the unmute button at the beginning. So,
All right.
Incredible.
but
Amazing.
yes, what Masha was saying was very, very funny, and you can play it back and watch us all
So
laugh.
it was so funny.
That's hilarious. Stitches and stitches.
I am actually crying right now. It was just too funny.
Wow, I haven't. It feels like I
hello,
haven't.
Mario.
I mean,
Hello, Mario.
I got a Luigi and you got the big of a spaghetti.
Let's see.
That was
here.
Hello,
really
Mario.
Oh wow. Hey everyone, thank you for coming. I'm currently just setting up a little bit of music for this beginning part. We're going to go over announcements. But thank you for joining us. We are TurnTables RPG. We're an experimental tabletop role-playing game stream where in our normal programming we take turns being the game master every mystery, and we tell a collective narrative by handing off the story in kind of like a long-form improv form. I said form twice, but that's fine. Yeah, and this right now is our second monthly programming called TinyTables, where we find a one-page RPG and we kind of like share it with everyone, and we play it on the stream because we think it's a lot of fun. And we're very lucky that today we're able to play this really fun RPG called Chaos Theory, which we're very excited about because, let me pull it up very quickly. It is Jurassic Park themed. It's inspired by, and we all very much love the movies and know that dinosaurs aren't really like that, but you know, why not? Because it's a lot of fun.
And
and
we all knew that.
yeah, and we should also say that
I've
Chaos
seen the movie.
that Chaos Theory is a one-page RPG that was designed and built by Ender Smith, Aubrey Dangle, and Julia Rutledge, and it's a homebrew based off of the Lasers and Feelings RPG by John Harper, who on Instagram is 17design and on Twitter is John_Harper. And we're very excited to be able to play this game during this month of March when we are running our charity drive for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. We're very excited and very honored by all the support that we've gotten thus far. Right now we are sitting at, I'm pretty sure, $930, which is crazy because our initial goal at the beginning of the month was 500, and then when we hit that at the middle of the month we bumped it up to 800, and then the next stream that got beat out too, and so we've gotten it to 1,000. We're very excited about the milestones that we've accomplished, but we're even more excited about just like the support that we can send to family and children in need, and I think that's the really big part. Yeah, do we want to talk about the milestones a little bit while I find something to play?
The one milestone.
The one milestone.
The milestone that's left. I mean,
I guess. Masha.
Hey, Masha,
Yeah.
tell us about it.
yeah. So the one milestone that we still have left, kind of our big final thing, if we hit $1,000, is that we will create, run, and then share with all of you a one-page RPG set inside of our favorite fast food joint, Big Zeddy's. I could not fall asleep one night, and 12:30 a.m. my brain was like, Masha, you know what you have to do. You know how you feel about Big Zeddy's and how funny it would be if there was a 1PG that was related. And thus, the beginnings of it was born. The concept behind it, to give you a little bit of flavor, you know, obviously if we get all the way there, a little bit here, yep, is that you are all, you know, kind of underpaid workers at a Big Zeddy's, and vampires are trying to take it over for their own bad purposes, and it is your job to stop it. So yeah, if you find it in your heart to donate money to St. Jude's, obviously only if you have the means, like, you know, and if you do, thank you very kindly, then that kind of thing may be yours in the not so distant future. Yes.
Yes, thank you. And then also, for those of you who are planning on donating tonight, possibly, we also have our improv night going on. That's going to be coming up in the next couple of months when we schedule it out. If you want to set up prompts for us to improv for that night, or scenarios that you'd like to see some of us in or all of us in, feel free to leave those in the notes of your donation, and we'll put them in a hat, and we'll pull them out on the night of and see which ones kind of show up, and we can go ahead and improv those, and it should be a lot of fun. And then yes, once March is over, we're gonna begin scheduling out when the milestones are released, beginning with the phone backgrounds, which we started way at the very beginning. Let's see here. Who is... Okay. Why is everyone spamming the general chat?
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
God. Okay. Sorry, stream. Yeah. Okay. So we, yes, we're very excited for that. Thank you so much for the support and for continuing to support us. It should be noted that we are in the just as like a general update for everyone. Our Monster of the Week campaign is kind of like getting close to the final sessions and episodes, and but not to worry, because we are planning some summer programming that will hold us over until October, and we are planning to start season 2 of Monster of the Week in October, same time, week of Halloween, for spoopiness. But yeah, we're very excited for that and to continue making great strides. TinyTables will continue monthly, but we're just kind of like starting to brainstorm some new ideas and some new concepts of games to play and stories to tell. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Wow. Yes, Chris.
Sorry to interrupt, but I think Eric and Masha's cameras have moved down ever so slightly.
Oh my, so they have.
Oh.
We're off a little bit for some reason.
Like, it wasn't like this before because I had the stream paused and I was like, those look different from what I am seeing.
It's true.
We're
yeah, the
synced.
cropping was off a little bit. I just want everybody to know that I have puffy sleeves. Look at them, they're puffy.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there.
I think it was when I think something happened when you checked general or something.
Yeah. Which is why I can't usually check general.
Yeah.
There you go.
Uh-oh.
That'll do.
No, kids for some reason. That The session, but we're all kids, is something we have talked about.
Yes, definitely, for sure.
Session, but we're all kids.
Yeah.
Interesting.
no.
The Muppet Babies version.
Yeah, it's like a Muppet Baby
Cool.
situation.
Of like the normal turntables.
Yeah, so like Baby Chuck, Baby Ann.
Oh,
Baby
Lord.
Oh,
Lois.
this is great. I love this idea.
This is funny because I'm just imagining Apophis is exactly the same. You've always been Big Snake. And everyone else is just. But that's less fun.
I'm still imagining like Chuck with a beard and like I'm just imagining them basically like shrunk down.
Hey,
A
Daddy, we
baby
gotta
with a
go
beard.
get the- Daddy, I'm already balding at the ripe old age of 1 month old. My hair hasn't even grown in, Teddy.
It's never gonna grow in, Chuck.
Wow, how do you sound like
Wow.
a baby and an old man simultaneously?
Why do you sound like Rick from Rick and Morty in like the worst way?
I'm not even gonna try anymore.
Please don't.
I've turned into a baby, Morty.
Morty, I've turned into a baby. Ah.
You gotta
That
make a
was
burping sound.
more like that gravelly voiced Muppet. A little bit.
Grove.
There's so many gravelly voiced
Grover?
Muppets.
Grover?
Not Grover. Grover is a little too silly. I feel like Animal. I feel like we're thinking of Animal.
Animal doesn't even talk. He just sort
No,
of.
but
Animal.
he says animal, and he says
Okay,
drums.
That's true. That's true. You're right.
I'm a Muppet connoisseur.
I need to brush up on my Muppets lore. I guess you're right.
Same.
Okay. I appreciate y'all stalling. I am very nervous, but
You're welcome.
No, it's all good.
No, dude.
yeah, before
You've actually DM'd on this stream before.
you are
Yeah.
correct, but it's
kept.
it's slightly different, and I will say why as just kind of like a precursor for the stream and for audiences and in perpetuity. I'm a big fan of Jurassic Park, and I am no means a professional in paleontology or prehistoric life in any way, shape, or form. It is definitely the Hollywoodized, the Hollywood sensationalized visions are the ones that have been kind of like ingrained in my memory. But still, it's a very iconic film. It spurred the interest in dinosaurs for a whole generation, I think, and for generations onward as well. But I am going to try and like balance out the accuracy of dinosaurs' physiology with entertainment, and then also I'm not John Williams, and I don't have John Williams on like speed dial. If any of you do, please let me know. I'd love to speak with him. But so much of the movies are like carried by the music, and so I have chosen some pretty good, just loopable tracks that I hopefully will be entertaining for everyone to enjoy.
Very Williams adjacent.
Yes, very Williams adjacent. Not as many horns actually. So, but you know,
A shame,
but yes.
but understandable.
And then I would say the final is that I think so much of the development process, I built up so many different parts, and then I had to cut them away because I got stuck on the idea of like, holy crap, how do I even reboot Jurassic Park, you know? And so in the end, I just decided to just like let this be like, you know, the fun kind of like heavily troped kind of like story with a couple of my own twists in there because that's who I am and that's how I do things. But I hope everyone enjoys it. I hope you all have fun. And I'm very excited to see how my players affect the world, because that is in essence chaos theory. The dinosaurs were never the chaotic part about Jurassic Park. It was the humans. And so I'm very excited.
We were the monsters all along.
Because the dinosaurs were only doing what they were doing inside of a placed environment, but humans were the ones who entered the space and like imposed their will by creating the dinosaurs and trying to control them and keep them caged. And
Welcome
all
to our
these things.
Jurassic Park.
But they get
podcast.
out.
Yeah, we haven't.
Yes,
we
that's
haven't
true.
Jurassic
That's true.
Park analysis.
Yeah, but they only get out because of the humans' negligence.
Yeah.
Well, that's true.
This
But
is
so
a-
much of the chaos is because they get out.
but due to the human's negligence.
Well, yeah, I mean,
No,
yeah,
well,
broadly
yes.
everything is our fault, but
You could argue, well, yeah, slippery
Yeah,
slope.
but-
I think I'm using that wrong, but like you could bring it back to the humans and on any level.
I just like as I was developing this story, it just that part hit me because it was like chaos theory is the exact definition of what a role-playing game is in general. It's like you built out a world with specific sets of rules, and then your players enter, and chaos ensues because you don't know what they're going to change or what they're going to affect. And I just thought it was very cool. But yes, I'm going to go ahead and get into the intro if that's okay with everyone.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
Sounds good.
Right on.
that's good.
Okie dokie. Let's see here. Hopefully. So we enter in a small observation room. There's scientific equipment lining the walls, and there are 4 people in the room, 2 lab technicians and 2 young men. It appears that the 2 young men are related. One is older and the other is younger, but they have similar features. The older man kind of turns to the side and coughs into a napkin and quickly hides it away and puts it inside of a pocket. He turns to the younger man and says, "Are you sure you want to do this, Lee?" Lee turns to his older brother. "Yeah, Kay, I want to help, and I really care about these creatures, and so anything I can do to make sure that they're not a harm to anyone, I'll do it." Kay takes out a weird black band and nods, and he slaps it onto the wrist of his brother, and it wraps around, and immediately a little red light begins to blink. Lee steps out of the observation room into a small verdant patio that's awash with light from floodlights. In the high contrast, there are leaves shaking here and there in the darkness, and Lee turns back and gives a thumbs up. Kate turns to the 2 lab technicians and says, "Release the velociraptor." And from the darkness, a small dog-sized creature appears, and it begins to pace up towards Lee. It is small in stature, but with powerful legs, and a long tail, and it is exceptionally curious. But as it approaches, it steps into the space and immediately begins to almost walk in a circle around Lee. Its head bobbing from side to side, its eyes searching, but never actually focusing on the body of Lee inside. As Lee turns around, excited at this new discovery, he notices that his brother's not behind the windowed wall anymore. Instead, the 2 lab technicians have risen up from their seats and are lifting him up off the ground as his brother is clutching his chest with a trickle of blood going down his chin. Lee rushes up to the glass and puts a hand against it. His brother weakly reaches out with his own before it drops, and the last we see is Lee's broken and shocked face as the velociraptor just kind of paces around in the background, non-aggressive, totally docile, and waiting. From all of us here at TurnTables RPG, welcome to Chaos Theory.
We got
Mars,
$50.
please play like that the entire time.
Oh yeah.
Cool.
Maybe.
We
I
got a
think we did it.
donation.
I
And
think we did it.
yes, we are back. Thank you for sticking with us. I promise that the actual game probably won't be as serious or dramatic as the intro, but it sets a tone. So I'm happy that we've got it. So
We've definitely
oh my
got a
God,
trend
yes.
of like the intro being absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, like so Zaves is a friend of mine, and they were like, all right, I just gotta wait until this ad stops bullying me. Wait, is this not an ad? And yeah.
Oh,
Like,
fun. We did get an extra $50.
oh, did we?
Oh, wow.
Sick.
That's
Oh,
what I tried to
amazing.
say.
Let me pull up Tiltify very quickly.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, we did it.
Oh, what's up, Elsa?
Thank you, your mom, for donating $50 to our cause. We are very,
Mom?
very thankful. Yes.
Mom, what are you doing here? Mom?
Everyone,
Thank
please,
Mom, I asked you for $50 yesterday.
Well, now you have it. There you go.
No, the children have it.
Did you? That's true. Did they leave a note, or was it just $50 from your mom?
Your mom.
No, it's just $50 from your mom.
I do love your
I love
mom.
this.
sorry, who was it from? I missed it.
Thanks, Mom.
Your mom.
Well, yes, thank you very
Guys,
much.
this
That's
one
very
goes out to all the
generous.
moms.
Thank
We're
you.
very
Mom.
happy. Thank you
You
so
go,
much.
Mom.
Goes out to all the moms.
Yeah, so we are now
Isn't the thing like all the dinosaurs are female?
in
I think
in
so.
the first
Yes.
movie yes, they're engineered to be that way, but because of the frog DNA that they spliced in,
But, yeah.
they can switch.
Life
Oh, okay.
yeah.
finds a way.
Life
Yeah.
finds a way.
Which some frogs can actually do.
Yeah,
Very cool.
That
There's
was
there's-
actually a scientific thing that they actually researched,
There's also a species of lizard that does that.
and then proceeded to call
There
the
are
park
few.
Jurassic Park.
There
I think
are
we've had
few
this
lizards
discussion.
that can do that. Yes,
Yeah.
we
Yeah.
have. It's very good.
It's really cool.
I learn so much every
There
stream.
are there are also species of lizard that are all female, but they can still have eggs.
Yeah.
And they're called. I don't remember.
That's the
They're-
one I'm
they're
thinking
part
of.
of the
Morning
genetics.
lizards, I think.
Oh.
Yeah. You can find them in Hawaii.
Oh.
I think they might be invasive, but they're still really cute.
Well, in seahorses, the males are the ones
And
that give birth.
they're also not out competing anybody because I don't think that Hawaii has any native reptiles
Really?
at all.
Wild.
At all.
Besides like turtles.
Yeah.
Can't imagine a place without those funky little boys.
It's well, you
I
don't
know.
have to because they're invasive.
You're right.
They're there whether they're.
You're very right.
This is very
Anyway.
sad. I'm done talking.
This is probably the closest thing to science that we're gonna get tonight, other than Mars's character. So enjoy, everyone, please. Okay, so let's set the scene. The 5 of you have been invited to Dinosaur Island Park. Yes, that's what the PDF says, just so y'all know. The park itself was actually a research facility built by K.T. Lewis, founder, CEO, and inventor. He is a Nobel Prize winning nominee, or I'm sorry, a Nobel Prize winning scientist, and his works kind of like spread out throughout the world in like genetics, communications, telecommunications, technology, and just like further onward. A lot of in the original film, John Hammond is kind of like the salesperson, right? Like he uses the scientists to actually do the work, and he sells the idea. KT was the scientist. He developed the technology. He developed the resources to make this park a reality. However, he never intended it to be a theme park. He wanted it solely to be a research institution. But at the time of his, because of his untimely death 3 months ago, the board of trustees of his fund have since turned his research facility into a resort. And I will go ahead and switch over so that you can see what we got there. This is Dinosaur Island Park. The board of trustees have since kind of like delegated responsibilities throughout the park, and they're in the process of creating a park staff in order to staff the inaugural launch of Dinosaur Island Park in 1 month's time. With that in mind, several individuals have been asked to come onto the island in order to see if they want to work there, see if it's a good fit, sort of like an impromptu in-person interview. So the 5 of you, with the exception of Dustin's character, have been asked to come into the park in order to go through this process. Upon arriving at the park, you meet up with Dustin's character. He is standing.
Sorry, we just reached 1,000.
Did we?
Did we really?
Yo,
Awesome.
Did we?
Thank you so much. We got
Who
it.
did this?
Who did it? Thank you.
We Anonymous, another $50 from Anonymous, and so we are
Thank
at
you so much.
yes 1,030. Thank you all so much. Wow,
We did it.
Thank you.
we're good. We did it. We did it.
$1,000.
Yeah,
That's
that's
We raised
did it
all
in
this
a
for
month.
charity.
That's
This is
amazing.
so good.
this is gonna yeah.
Oh, I'm so
Wow.
happy.
How many
an
streams is
amazing
that?
community.
How many
Um,
streams?
It's a lot. It's a lot of
Hold up, let me
streams.
pull
Yeah,
it
At
up.
least
We've
2
got-
a week.
Yeah.
It's not
We've
that
got
many.
The art competition stream. Well, not competition, but like.
No. I mean,
No.
how many streams did it take us to raise 1,000?
8
Oh.
Well,
or 9.
Yeah,
9
we
streams.
did 2 streams a week. This is like an extra third stream.
Yeah,
so
9.
Yeah, so then Tuesday would have been 10 total.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's yeah.
Wow.
Thank you all so much. That's it. Again, we couldn't have reached this goal without your
Let's
generosity.
get to 2,000,
No.
guys.
I
Let's
don't
go.
know.
Should
I
we
don't
have
know
should
about
we make
that.
an $1,100
No.
goal?
No,
Um,
we're too late.
Yeah, we're going. We have
1,100. I will get a stream all to myself.
the Tuesday. Tuesday is the last day of the I believe of the charity drive that we have set up on Tiltify. So if we keep going up, that's just like extra amazingness in and of itself. But thank you all so much for helping us reach our goal of 1,000. I think I remember starting this. I was talking to the rest of the group and I was like, yeah, I think 500 is like a totally manageable goal for the size of our stream, and y'all have just kind of knocked it out of the water. So thank you so much for the support and just wow. Yeah, words. My words are supposed to be my job tonight, and y'all are making me lose words. So thank you.
Well,
Like,
For
y'all
what
are amazing.
For
the
what it's
really
worth.
fabulous part of this. Sorry, Eric.
No, you're
is
good.
I just have to say it out loud because now everybody gets the Big ZD's one-page RPG, and I'm so amped to write it, and I'm so amped to run it, and I'm so amped to make something that I'm gonna force other people to play with me.
True.
Amazing.
Yeah. Sorry, Eric. What were you gonna say?
Far less important or interesting. I believe that the cropping for the boxes has goofed up again.
Oh no. Yeah,
Again?
Eric. Why are
we did
you
it.
suddenly?
I believe you can see the bottom of Dez's webcam.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Why is it doing
Not
You can see
not
the
super
top
important.
of mine, I think, maybe, or the bottom of someone else's in mine as well.
I will.
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know why it is
Uh-huh.
y'all specifically, but
We did raise twice our original goal, isn't
We
that
did.
amazing?
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
and I think I just need to adjust Mars's a little bit too.
So let's
Yeah.
double it in a day, guys. Let's do it.
Just all of us. Empty your wallets.
Empty your
Give us all the
wallets. Come
money you
on.
got.
Empty
Give
those
your
pennies.
monies.
No.
I would like your money.
At $2,000, I will
It-
fly over to Dustin. I'll go fist fight him. It'll be excellent. We'll live stream it.
I will be there and I will be watching.
He'll be commentating. He'll use his best accent.
Yeah.
This is molded into something absolutely terrible.
So
the change mid-sentence.
Like I was saying before, jumping back into the story, you all kind of regroup at the very edge of the map, or at the edge of the bridge leading into the park proper. And at the edge of that bridge, there is kind of like a way station with tour vehicles all lined up. And before I describe the tour vehicle, I'll go ahead and set up that coming out of one of these tour vehicles is Dustin's character. Dustin, will you introduce your character for us, please?
Does everybody want to introduce our characters?
Yes, but you first.
Okay, I guess. All right. Stepping out of this, what type of vehicle is it?
I'm gonna describe it after everyone's done, so just say vehicle for now.
Okay. Stepping out of this undescribed vehicle is a young man, probably in his, I don't know, maybe 20s. Like he's like right around. He might be old enough to drink. You can't really tell. He's baby faced. He stands at about 5'10", something like that, with just the brightest red hair you've ever seen in your life. Pale, freckled, and just humongous grin all on his face. He's dressed in mostly khaki colored outfit, which looks to be plastered with a logo for Dinosaur Park Island. He's almost bouncing with excitement as he sees all of you approaching. And he reaches into his pocket and he pulls out a folded up piece of paper that he quickly unfolds and clears his throat, and he says, welcome to Dinosaur Park Island, customers. I will be your brave host, Kurt Hopeworthy, at your service. And he kind of looks and squints at the paper, and he shuffles it like nervously, looks around, and he says, "And your chariot awaits," and gestures to the undescribed vehicle.
If everyone wants, I guess I can describe the vehicle in order so that you.
Oh, okay. The one person who might need to reference it, you don't describe it for, but everybody else, it's fine.
The vehicle that
Mom, Dad, please stop fighting.
the vehicle that Kurt, Mom's the only one fighting. The vehicle that Kurt gestures to, is called the Bullet. Basically because it is in the shape of a bullet, with a pointed tip, mind you. But it is completely made out of an aerogel metallic glass property, so it is completely see-through. There is a cabin at the very, the top 2/3 of it are a cabin for individuals to sit in. It sits max 8 people. And the rows are in seats of 2, with the park employees sitting in the back being the tour guides and the drivers of the vehicle. The last 1/3 of the vehicle is the actual mechanics. You can see it because it's all see-through. You can see the wiring and the axles and everything that goes into these 4 large treaded kind of metallic wheels on the sides. Inside, the driver's seat is high backed, and it has, instead of a steering wheel, it has 2 levers that are used to push the vehicle forward, turn it to the left, turn it to the right, and to brake. But the speed is controlled by a gas pedal at the bottom. And the surface is aerodynamic. On some of the other vehicles, on some of the other bullets, you can see that there's some kind of algae on the sides, as if these vehicles have entered into the water recently and have yet to be cleaned. But this is the vehicle that will be your tour vessel for the rest of the game. I'm excited to see how this goes with that vehicle, but that is the vehicle that Kurt Hopeworthy gestures to.
Who wants to go next?
So I'll go ahead. Do the
All
thing.
right.
Yeah. Thank
Do
you,
it.
Jess.
As a young guy, in his mid-teens, we'll say 16-ish years old, has a giant afro, walks around just looking around in wonder, in awe that he's actually here, that he somehow got the chance to interview for his dream job. He has some ideas running around about possible uh, things that could be done, attractions that could be done for visitors. One of them being possibly, I don't know, we'll see. We'll see, what the owners say about riding dinosaurs. That's something that he's very interested in. And that is Damon. That is Damon Kelso.
That's a good name,
Yeah.
man.
Let's see.
That's it.
Anyone else?
I can go next. Darwin Cope is a tall, skinny person with dyed green hair that shows about 2 inches of their brown roots, and is wearing a very gaudy Hawaiian shirt over a gaudy dinosaur-themed Hawaiian shirt, I should mention, over a gray tank top and jeans with large boots. They have a big backpack and are holding a notebook which they are furiously scribbling in. And yeah, that's Darwin. They are here to study some dinosaurs.
Okay.
Right on. Masha, would you like to tell us about your character?
Sure. So, you see a kind of like middle-aged woman, I guess kind of like approaching everybody else. And you can tell immediately that she comes from money. Like, the Patagonia vest that she's wearing is clearly not from the sale rack and or passed down from generations. It was purchased for ticket price. I know, man, that's the kind of wealth that I wish that I could have one of these days. Full price outdoor gear, man, that's tough. But her hair is in this like absolutely perfect updo. She's got a lot of makeup on. She has this like tubular kind of like case that's strapped on her back, in kind of a suspicious shape. And she walks around in a very pompous way, like just like very dainty with her hands as she does everything. And she has the vibe of one of those middle-aged rich women who participates in the most dangerous hunt, as in, letting loose humans on her property and then chasing them, basically.
Okay.
So, this is your introduction to Dame Beatrix Beckham, a very eccentric older woman who perhaps you may not get quite along with as this progresses. But we will see. She comes from a lot of money, and perhaps the park owners will listen a little more closely to her ideas, considering how much change she carries around in her pockets.
Oh, amazing. Eric, will you go next?
All right. My character's name is Richard Hickory. Dick to his friends, dick to his enemies. He is early 40s, very tall, very thin, very bedraggled looking. Dark hair, he's starting to gray, sort of right above his ears. Wearing a very loose-fitting silk shirt, sort of half tucked into pants. Wearing outdoor boots. He has an instant camera tucked into his shirt pocket, and he's got big round glasses and sort of just a shitty beard across his face. He's not super well kept looking.
Mm-hmm.
Or it's like the illusion of well kept. Like he tries like just enough that you can tell it's like very much he's not super into it. tired eyes, like heavy bags underneath them. And he's just sort of like looking around. He's sort of just sizing everything up constantly. And that's Dick Hickory.
Okay. Chris, would you please unveil your character?
So, my character does not arrive on the same ride as all of you. He arrives just like a minute too late. You see, coming off of the shoreline, a helicopter that has been designed to look like a pig. And a solid gold pig. And as the pig flies down and lands, out pops a man, you know, tall, lean, brown hair. He comes out in his suit, you know.
Wow.
You know, stubble brown hair. He's wearing, leather gloves. He's got sunglasses on. He's wearing a hoodie just so you know he's one of the people. And he walks down confidently. He holds out a card to anyone who is in front of him with a big old H on it. And he just says, "Dane Horner. I know. I'm actually the CEO of Horn & Co. Big social media site. We're working on some partnership with Dinosaur Island Park. Hoping to get some work done."
Amazing. Yes, there is a helipad that the pig helicopter can land on. It's actually on the map.
See, someone told me when pigs fly, and I told them fuck you.
$1.
That's $1. I have so many.
For those of you who have not played Chaos Theory, the amazing thing about it is that it also comes with roles that your characters can play. And thankfully we have such a big group that almost every single one of them was taken up. But in case, I'm going to go through them very quickly. Mars, Darwin is the paleo expert. Chris is the suit, but the specific style is the rock star suit. Masha is the big game hunter. Dustin is the enthusiastic park staff. Eric is the philosophizer. And Dez is a child.
Legally, yes.
Yes, legally yes.
Legally, yes.
And the last role that you could play in this game is also the lab technician, which I'm sure would be a very cool role in and of itself. But yes, so you're all standing around. I will say, Dustin, in Kurt's hands, he has kind of 5 black bands, and Kurt also has a black band wrapped around his left wrist, and everyone can see that on that black band there's a tiny little red light that's just blinking. And
the thing you sent me, I was going to refer to that as you know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
The PDF, and so that's actually something that I was wondering is where those came from. So thank you.
No worries.
But yeah, if you want to continue describing them, and then I will handling them out.
Yeah, no worries. So the black bands themselves are essentially the snap-on bands that you get at the Scholastic's book fairs, except they're made of a very flexible kind of matte cabling, with kind of a black square that's almost kind of a watch face, except there's no watch on it. It's just a blinking red light in the corner. And the I guess Kurt just passes them out and they all snap onto your wrist just fine. And Kurt, if you want to go through the park rules before everyone enters the vehicle, you're absolutely welcome to.
The paper that he has in his hands, he rotates around. And he continues to speak again. All right. Please line up before we load up here. And there is something that we must go over. Of course, there are rules that must be followed. I'm a pretty fun guy, you know. But there are still rules that need to be followed. So I need everyone to please take one of these bracelets and attach them to your wrist. Now, once we enter into the Mesozone, isn't that so cool, Mesozone? That's such a cool name. Once inside of the Mesozone, if you are going to be leaving the tour vehicle for any reason, we have some oxygen support packs, and I need everyone to make sure that you keep those on at all times when not in the tour vehicle. Please follow staff instructions concerning all park guidelines at all times. And he just kind of brushes his name tag off really quickly. Unfortunately, no food or drinks are allowed inside the Mesozone. Wouldn't want to get the dinosaurs sick now, would we? Guests are not allowed to touch the dinosaurs either unless a program is occurring, in which case I will tell you that is okay. Again, please refer back to rule number 2 with any questions you have there. And of course, rule 5, and a very important one regarding what I just gave you, you must never remove your signal bracelets while you are within the Mesozone. So those black bracelets are to remain on your wrist, just like mine, for the entirety of your stay here. Breaking any of these rules can unfortunately lead to your expulsion from the park. And I guess in everyone here's case, your employment offer void and null. But I guess that's more for the bosses to decide. So anyways, yes, any questions, please feel free to ask me, and I will be absolutely happy to answer any and all questions with my knowledge of the park. Thank you. Yes.
Are there any programs where we get to interact with the dinosaurs?
I'm curious about this as well. I'd like to see some up close if possible.
Aha. That would ruin the surprise.
Where are these bracelets sourced?
They are made on the property.
Yes.
Okay, I'll deal with it.
Yeah.
I got one. How much of our biometric data are you taking with these bracelets, huh?
Wow.
He kind of shuffles through his paper again. Yes.
This better not find out my laptop password. I will have my lawyers on you.
That's why you surf incognito, you guys.
Do you not have your own? Wait, do you not have your own private server and satellite where you keep your own information?
You do?
I can't. You'll hear from my lawyers.
Yes. So each one of you has been brought onto the park specifically for like different job offers in general. But you would all be working for the same organization. Obviously, Dane Horner would be like, probably in a high level marketing position. But he still has to go through the same process of like going through the park as, say, Damon Kelso would. Even if Damon Kelso is just essentially trying to become a park staff member like Kurt. But as you all kind of like load into the bullet, the glass pane is like pushed up, and as all of you kind of take your seats, it begins to slide down and just kind of like smoothly sinks back into the surface of the bullet itself, creating this almost kind of like perfectly transparent like environment around you. There's some like comfortable, like obviously transparent seats, not fully transparent, but they're clear, so you can sit down on them. And Kurt would take his space in the back of the vehicle. Think about it kind of like a speedboat where you control, like an old speedboat where you would control like the direction from the back as opposed to from the front. But you do see that next to next to Kurt, there is an empty seat where a possible paleo expert would sit during the actual tour in order to like discuss like what is like the local fauna and flora and all that jazz. The engine begins to rev and you all begin to like push forward, and it's a very weird sensation, like moving in a space where you can't like, you don't see the engine, it's underneath you, but like you don't see the engine in front of you. You're just kind of like essentially like Wonder Woman, invisible plane, just like sitting in air pushing forward.
My Tesla goes so much faster than this.
And the interesting part, or I guess I'm just gonna keep describing stuff until we get to the moment where y'all can actually do things. But this is all like expository stuff.
What does it smell like? What does it smell like in this little bullet?
How much do you think this
Does it
car
smell like
costs?
the Pirates of the Caribbean ride?
Are you asking that out loud?
Could we mass produce this for the common people?
Since you all like stepped into the vehicle, it smells like all of you. But if you were one of the first ones to step inside, it just kind of smells like lemon scented cleaning materials, where there's like everything has been kind of like wiped down and stuff. But
Very antiseptic.
the vehicle begins to push across the bridge, and you see that the bridge itself is kind of like metal and segmented. And as Kurt kind of like pushes the vehicle forward, it begins to rev up in speed and go a little bit faster. And as it hits the ground of the mesozone, you see that all around the mesozone there's this large kind of like metal fibrous cage all around, like going up like maybe several thousand feet in a dome all around the island. As you enter inside, Kurt stops the vehicle in kind of like this holding cell right at the edge of the bridge, and immediately your ears pop as the air pressure changes, and the vehicle again begins to push inward, and a like automated voice begins to speak to you through the speaker system, very just describing the park itself. It's split up into 3 segments. The Mesozone is made up of the Triassic, Jurassic, and Cretaceous parks. In order to keep these different dinosaurs who didn't live in the same time separate, they have been separated by high concrete walls. Though all guests have access to each park via a small docking port that leads into the waterways using the park established bullets. As you all kind of push forward, there's a couple of minutes where you don't really see anything. You pass by a large concrete tower that's riddled with like satellite dishes and wiring. And Kurt knows that is the control tower, where basically everything that goes on in the park is monitored and taken care of right there in the center. There is where Kurt is taking you is a memorial service for KT Lewis that's supposed to take place in an hour or 2. But there is a bit of time before that. And so you all get a small little tour of the Jurassic Zone. As you all push forward onto a drawbridge, the vehicle immediately lurches and you all splash into a large body of water. And immediately the bullet sinks down slightly, and you can see the water below is clear and like with a slight greenish tint to it, but you immediately see a large shape just kind of like swim underneath you, causing the bullet itself to rock a little bit. Kurt slowly pushes the bullet forward, and as you begin to coast through the water, a long-necked plesiosaur rises up next to you and just kind of like begins to dip down below the waves and comes over the other side and then dips back down, water splashing over the bullet, kind of like raining down. And you see that the creature is just kind of like, it's not attacking you, it's not hitting the bullet at all. It's just like it observes your presence but does not interact. It just continues to move through. As it slowly dips away, you see ichthyosaurs in the water with long kind of like dolphin-like bodies and long snouts at the end, kind of like swimming together in pairs of 2s and 3s. All these creatures in the water are amazing and beautiful, but then you look up and you can see, right, there's a large concrete wall in the distance, but a green plain before you, and you watch a herd of brontosaurs just kind of like walking together. In the distance, there are there is an Allosaurus chasing down some of the smaller dinosaurs, and there's like light foliage everywhere, and it's just like, this is your first time actually seeing it. You know, like, they may not be as big as you've seen in the movies, but like, these are creatures that you have never seen before in your life, like physically, and it is a very awe-inspiring thing, as is. But as of right now, y'all are, I'll say, kind of like on the left side of the kind of like this middle section, and you are just kind of like, you have jungle to your right, you're in the water, and plains to your left, and Kurt is just kind of like having you coast. But Kurt, you know that the large plateau at the very end of the Jurassic Zone is where you are supposed to be headed for the memorial service. Is anyone wanting to do anything or ask any questions?
I certainly have a question. Kirk, dear, please tell me, would it be possible to equip these vehicles with, weaponry of any kind of attaching perhaps a large gun or knife or such?
Well, it's called the bullet, so I feel like it itself is a bullet, and it'd be kind of weird if a bullet had a gun, right?
I like the way you think.
Just saying, but I think what I'm asking is, how much damage do you think that you could do with one of these?
With a bullet? I mean, it usually kills people if they...
Oh my goodness, darling. You know what I'm referring to. You don't need to be bold like this. Answer my questions.
Bold? The bullet is proprietary to the Dinosaur Park Island, and any and all questions should be directed to the developer and producers of the bullet itself. Any and all questions can be held for the park equipment, as far as any form of development until the end of the tour.
I will say, you do notice that at least underneath Kurt's seat, there is kind of like a weapons box, even though for the most part it's like 2 pistols and maybe a rifle, but it's definitely not like heavy equipment. And I will also say that underneath all of your seats there are kind of like almost kind of like over the shoulder backpacks, you know, like they're not like double strap, but they're over the shoulder backpacks that are zipped up and seem to have kind of like a container on the inside, and there is like a tubed face mask kind of like hooked onto the side of the packs, and you get the sense that these are your oxygen support systems, kind of sitting underneath the seats. Go ahead.
I have a question. Can we teach the dinosaurs how to balance on a ball?
Which dinosaur?
All of them? That'd be good.
Like on the same ball?
I mean, if we could, that'd be killer.
So, Kurt, you know that the dinosaurs in the park are genetically engineered. Though the way that the geneticists worked it out was that they only replaced a certain number of their genomes, and only for the express purpose of keeping them as anatomically accurate as possible, but just sizing them up a little bit. in order for like a wow factor, especially from a distance. And the other side of that is that there are also some modifications to like their brain chemistry, though you weren't really paying attention that much on that part of the orientation. You were just really excited to get inside of a bullet because these things are dope. But I will also say that the automated voice comes back on, and it does again repeat to everyone to please use your oxygen support systems when you leave the bullet, if you leave the bullet. And it does explain that the reason for this is because the area of the mesozone is actually an oxygen rich area, and so the normal oxygen levels of planet Earth are around 20% oxygen. Inside of this dome, it is near 35%. And so in order for your health and safety, you can breathe the air, but not for long periods of time, which is why you have been given these oxygen support systems to just kind of like stabilize your body chemistry from time to time. And the bands are meant to, they offer a lot of different services, but they will alert you when your oxygen levels rise too high.
Yes. Just a quick question. Are the dinosaurs?
Sorry, I didn't see you.
Oh no, yeah. The dinosaurs, they're relatively calm, right? Like kinda relatively docile.
Kurt, you would know that the reason that they are docile is because the bands around your wrists, they amplify a signal that's being sent out by the control tower, that when a person wearing the band is within close proximity to the dinosaur, the implanted neuroreceptors inside their brains will shut off their olfactory systems, in order for them not to be able to smell the humans. So they will physically see the human, but if they cannot smell like the meat or the scent of like a fleshy human, then they will just kind of like, the way that the scientists perceive it is that they essentially see you as like a tree or something along those lines, and they will just kind of like pass you by. Even the herbivores don't really do it because they are attracted to greenery, and they can still see that you are not green. And so they just see you as an immovable object. And so when you are within close proximity of a dinosaur, that is when they kind of like realize, oh, this is not important, and they will kind of like pass you by. And that is why it's so important not to take off the signal bracelets.
What he said.
So possibly swimming with them would not be that dangerous.
Well, no.
Oh.
But don't do it right now.
No. Not right now, no.
I think I'll say at about this point, you have reached the edge of the river, and Kurt kind of like adjusts the bullet a little bit in order to rise back up onto land. And like the water just begins to drip off very easily off of this extremely smooth and aerodynamic surface. And you just kind of like kick back up onto the land and kind of like roll on. The suspension system is pretty good. Though the way that the bullet is built, it's not meant to be completely off-roaded, but Kurt has been trained in the correct paths and how to correctly maneuver the bullet. And so y'all continue onward. Is anyone looking for anything in specific? I'll say that right now you've kind of entered into like a more kind of like jungle setting. Yeah. Yes. And he's kind of like rolling through the underbrush, heading in a northwards direction.
What area of the park are we in currently?
The Jurassic Zone.
Which is
the center one.
Okay.
So from left to right, it is Triassic, Jurassic, Cretaceous.
Okay.
do you possibly have like a JPEG or PNG version of that image you could send us? Because otherwise,
I
That
do.
would be
Give me
great.
1 second, because I have to do it
that
through
would
the
be
browser.
greatly appreciated because I can't see it on Discord because it's too grainy and yeah,
It is small.
it
is
is
small,
tiny.
man. It is small, man.
Okay, I just put it in the general channel.
Thank you kindly.
Thanks, mate.
Ah.
Oh, look at that high definition. Ooh,
Oh
baby.
my goodness. That looks.
HD, man.
Oh, they're little houses.
Oh, shit.
And is that black square with the circle in
Right.
it? That's the helipad.
That is correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, a little bit about the resort, I guess. There's hotels, there's pools. The main area is kind of like the attraction area, which is like 50% gift shop, 30% like information zone, and then 20% food court. And then right next to it is the exclusive dinosaur golf course that only a number of elites have been able to play on thus far.
Of course.
And yes, Mr. Horner, your golf clubs have been taken to your room to be used for later times.
I have tried the golf course. Beautiful. Got a great.
You've been here
Par.
before, Dane?
No, I think he's saying you have permission to. You haven't yet.
Yes, Mr. Horner has been specifically like invited to the golf course, but just has not had time to yet.
You know,
I see.
I get so many invitations. I told my secretary Janice, when a dinosaur park invites me to golf, I gotta go golf, and she's just like, let's just say we're going in a different direction.
Cancel my 3 o'clock, Janice. I've been invited to go golfing at a different dinosaur park this time. Ho ho! I'm in high demand.
I hear the employee of the month gets to play golf.
That is correct.
You keep trying.
Technically, it's only been like 3 months of operation, but you're getting there.
So there's at least been 2 who get to go.
It's just a shame that Kyle keeps beating you out.
I don't want to talk about Kyle.
You're actually not sure if it's because they keep like swapping your names out for like Kyle and Kurt because they both start with a K, but it seems like Kyle doesn't really do anything. But whatever. As you push through kind of like the undergrowth, Darwin, you notice something. It's very thick. It's like a jungle-like canopy, but from kind of like the large brush, the plants themselves seem much larger. In an oxygen-enriched environment, they've been able to grow to extreme sizes, and you notice that a large shape is kind of like moving through the greenery and walking alongside the bullet. Kurt has kind of like slowed it down slightly to keep pace. There is a stegosaurus just kind of like right there, like essentially 5 feet away from the six of y'all. Its plates kind of like staggered on the top of its spine, its large tail kind of like swinging. Kurt kind of like adjusts a little bit to the side in order to make way for the Thagomizer, which is the spikes that are on the end of a Stegosaurus tail, which is like a dope ass name. So that's $1.
And the official term also.
Yes, no, that
Yes.
yeah.
Oh, wow.
And it came from, I think, a Far Side comic.
It did.
Right on.
It came
Thagomizer's
from
a no-
scientists
it's a
were like,
nothing
yeah, that
word."
works.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, the Thagomizer just kind of like
Good.
sways slowly. It doesn't sense any danger, so it's just docile at the moment. But its heavy trunk legs are just kind of like thudding beside you all, and its nostrils are flaring as it just kind of like breathes and is like moving side by side to you all. It's right there. The closest you've been to an actual dinosaur, next to the plesiosaur. Thank you.
Darwin is like right on that side of the bullet and like just furiously writing down notes. They are like they've probably already filled up like half a page and are of just this stegosaur and are just like rapidly writing things down about size and walking speed and gait and how it's like how its paws move. Paws? I don't know if they're called paws. I don't know. But
very adorable if they are.
And they are just like taking down everything, probably drawing some really really awful looking sketches. That they're not much of an artist, but they are trying to remember this experience as much as possible.
I think they're called big stompers, is the scientific name.
You're gonna want to get a trademark on that because when people, I can see, look on horn.com, when people, we have a new story feature, we get a little hashtag on there, hashtag little stompers, we'll go crazy.
I think I've been to horn.com once. I misspelled it.
It is one of the biggest. Wow, look, it is one of the biggest social medias out there right now. But
it's only
a large amount of our fan base do come to our site on accident. But that was a conscious marketing move by me.
A genius one.
A genius one. Imagine late night, you're looking for something, you get dinosaurs. Really. That's a steal.
Anyway.
So if we can get these dinosaurs in hats, I think that would really blow up on.
I do love late night corn.
No.
So, Damon, Kelso,
Fine. I'm leaving.
There is a child here.
This is
corn.
This is definitely like the closest that you've been to a dinosaur in general. But you notice that the Stegosaurus has like a small, rather thick neck, but there is this nice little almost like saddle-like curve to the neck before it meets the torso where the plates are, and you just you are envisioning yourself just riding along right on top of it.
Oh my god. Damon is pressed right against that glass, hands right there, wishing to be on the outside.
See the breath.
You could feel it one day. I am so close.
At about this time, there's actually the Stegosaurus kind of stops for a moment and then immediately turns and just rushes off to the side. With the quickness of the turn, the Thagomizer smashes into the bullet, and the bones hit the glass, and there's no crack. And the vehicle kind of rocks for a second and then hits back down onto the ground, and everyone kind of looks at the spot in which the bones hit the glass, and there's not even tiny little cracks. It is a very durable material, though nothing is unbreakable.
Noted.
And you all continue forward. It takes you maybe another 5 minutes to get to the little plateau. Again, it's the plateau that's essentially overlooking the lake at the top of the Jurassic zone. And you get there, and there's kind of a small stage set up, a large cloaked object right behind it, and just maybe a max 20 chairs. You see that there's 2 other bullets parked nearby, and there's already a group of people kind of sitting down and kind of milling around the stage. The thing that draws your eye though is that the entire area itself is, or well, not there's a good maybe 100-foot radius around the stage, but the area is filled with I think I said the wrong dinosaur last time, with brachiosaurs, just kind of milling about, kind of eating leaves. And it's a very surreal experience just because brachiosaurs in and of themselves, they're, nearly 80 feet long and 40 feet high. I wrote down the dimensions on the whiteboard too. So I'm like, I gotta get it right. And so they are it is the size, the sheer size of them. And they're all slightly scaled up as well. But it is incredible, phenomenal that they're not even coming close to the group of humans here, and they're just kind of milling around. It's such a surreal and weird experience to be just out in the open with like no protection, no wall, no windows technically. You do see that all the guests do have their oxygen support systems on, but they're just kind of like a lot of them have like will occasionally lift up the mask and just kind of like take a hit and then kind of like put it back onto their belt. But for the most part, no one's really stressing out about the oxygen levels.
And what's the scientific evidence behind the like 35% oxygen is bad for you?
Kyle would know. Or, I'm not, sorry, not Kyle. Kurt. I came up with this
Yeah.
random.
Wow!
I came up with
I can't
this.
even believe you right
This
now.
is how Kyle always gets employee.
Yeah, that is correct.
Exactly.
You are absolutely correct. That is exactly how it happens.
I'm changing my character. Beatrix is just gonna try really hard to also get Kurt his employee of the month. I don't care what I said I was gonna do. This is my new goal.
Kurt would know this. KT Lewis specifically passed away because of hyperoxia. It is an actual like condition where when exposed to large amounts of oxygen for a long period of time, the body just like the human body's not meant to take in that much oxygen. You know, like I think a couple like when I was 10, I was surprised that drinking so much water could actually like kill you or make you sick. It's the same thing with oxygen. It's something that your body desperately needs, but too much of it will hurt you. And so in these kinds of levels, hyperoxia is an actual thing. I think it's like, yeah. But that is, he had always like, the symptoms came a little too late, or maybe he ignored them, who knows. But just because he worked here and this was his like place of residency for such a long time, that's why he passed away. And so they have the oxygen in order to continue to level out the body's intake, if that makes sense. Kurt parks the vehicle. Are y'all stepping out?
Darwin is barely even waiting for this vehicle to stop. They are, like, very enthusiastic to get out.
Yeah, the side panel kind of like opens back up, and maybe Darwin kind of like slides out from like the thin opening.
Wait! Make sure you bring your oxygen.
Sure enough, Darwin, as you step out of the vehicle, you take a deep breath, and like it's like caffeine. Suddenly your eyes are just kind of like widened, and you feel like this rush of just kind of like of like a tingliness, and you just feel more energetic, and you feel your lungs expand just a little further than normal. And then, but the problem being that once they have expanded that much, when they contract, they cannot
Mars.
The lungs contract, and they're having trouble reinflating because they took in so much oxygen in that one breath, that you are beginning to get like short of breath, and you kind of like drop to one knee, and suddenly your vision gets a little hazy. Does anyone want to help Darwin and hand them their...
Yeah, I'll hop down and bring one of the oxygen. I'll just hand down the oxygen thing to them.
I'll never forget, darling. You should always put on your own oxygen before you help someone else with theirs. They told me that in the airplanes.
Yeah,
I'm wealthy.
they
I've
do.
been on planes
Yeah,
before.
that's rather common for Beatrix, wouldn't you say?
Who said that?
God.
I think
Yeah, I'll make sure to put my mask on before I exit, and I think that I kind of rudely just like walk past everybody who's trying to help Darwin and just get off and just keep walking.
I do need Mars to make that joke that we all laughed at out loud,
Yes.
just so the people who watch the VOD can be like, "Oh, okay."
I said in chat that I like how this dude ran a dinosaur park, and then died of breathed too much.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm gonna pop that in out of context quotes, I think, too, just to have it forever.
Yeah, you know, I didn't want them to have the cliched eaten by a dinosaur trope. So, you know, but
Is
the,
it cliched or does it just make sense?
I mean, not when you have bracelets that, okay, whatever. It's, so,
I suppose that's fair.
so, you all exit out of the vehicle. Darwin immediately taking in that the proper oxygenated levels. Your lungs begin to expand normally, though they do not expand as much as they did in that first take. But once the dizziness goes away and you feel better, you take off the mask and suddenly the oxygen levels don't hit you as hard. Eventually all of you will begin feeling those same symptoms of like your lungs expanding too much, and you'll need to take a hit from your oxygen. But for the most part, for now, y'all are okay, just kind of like hanging it off of your sides and continuing to look around. As you all kind of get out, this kind of like sandy-haired, like in a long ponytail, kind of like young teenager kind of walks up. He's wearing a puka shell necklace, and he's got like several like bands and beads and on his arms and stuff like that. And he's like, "Hey, Kurt, glad you made it, man. What
Is this Kyle?
Hi, Kyle.
Oh, you know this is Kyle.
Nice to see you, dude. What took you so long?"
I was picking up the passengers, Kyle.
Right on. Nice to meet everybody.
I like your energy, man.
Hey, man. Oh,
Hey.
shit. Oh my God.
Please,
Are you Dana Horner?
I am.
Fam, I am on
Guilty as
horn.com
charged.
all the time, man. Day and night.
You are, dude. You're a Horner.
Can
I'm a
I
Horner.
can I get a selfie with you?
As long as you post it to your story on horn.com with the hashtag Little Stompers.
Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. And he takes out his phone and he kind of like holds
That's
it up
$2.
for both for both him and Dane. And he's like what is there like an H thing for the like a hand sign?
Like,
I'm
I
so
don't-
curious.
Mess around with random hand signs, huh? Let's not. Let's.
Yeah, maybe a bad idea, actually.
He'll just be like
That's what I'm doing.
he'll be
I
like
like this one. What does
He'll be
this
like-
one mean?
Nah.
he'll be like
That's for the other.
he'll be like on
The other side.
he'll be like on 3. 1, 2, 3. Ah! And then
This man.
and he just kind of like nods and he's like, "Oh, that's so going up right now. Thanks again, man. Really appreciate it."
No, thank you. I'm nothing without with the player base.
Right on. And he kind of like turns to Kurt and kind of like, you know, like smacks him backhanded on the chest. He's like, "Dane Horner, man, Dane Horner." And he kind of turns and runs back, kind of like a light jog back to the stage.
Ow.
I lean over to Darwin and I'm like, I think they're growing people in tubes here too.
I was going to ask. I'm sorry if this sounds rude, but so could we not just clone the CEO?
I think that'd be a really bad idea for a couple of reasons.
You want to give the CEO frog DNA? I don't.
I mean, could be cool. I know a lot of people who are really into that.
What
Frog
kind of
DNA.
website is Lord.com?
Into frog DNA. Look, I'm not one to judge the player base on horn.com. You have many different communities, many different forums and tags. You know, hashtag frogs are us is booming right now.
He's not wrong.
Is it? All right.
This guy's got it. He's a part of you a part of the frogs are us community?
Oh, you know, I dabble.
Oh, okay.
Surface level.
I got you.
Uh,
Oh, man. I'm also on the surface level. Yeah.
You do hear from the distance. You do hear Kyle call out to the group, and he's like, "Oh, Kurt, come on, keep up, man. And he kind of like waves over. And it's like, he probably said it as a nice gesture, but just the fact that he said keep up to a fellow employee in front of like all the managers and the higher ups, it's like, it's almost as if he's trying to manipulate the game a little bit to get that Employee of the Month award.
I feel like that guy's going places.
All right, so welcome again to the Jurassic Mesozone. We will be having a memorial service for
KT
the
Lewis.
late great CEO KT Lewis, and then from there we can give you a tour proper. But if you will please follow me. Again, any questions, I'm happy to answer anything that I can.
Yes, is this meant to be, it feels a little bit, macabre, perhaps, to invite us all to a funeral as part of a job interview? Is this supposed to be like a threat of some kind? I mean, I certainly am not dissuaded, but the first thing, I mean, the 15th thing, I guess, that we see is a dead man? This seems a little inappropriate.
I should say there isn't like a casket or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's like a memorial yeah, but yeah.
It's more in the memory of the CEO. I'm pretty sure he's already buried by now.
Okay, how long ago did he die?
3 months.
3 months. Okay.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I appreciate a man who is willing to go down for his business.
Are you making an offer, Dane? Because I have some people I can put you in contact with if you'd like.
I'm good. Depends on how much.
I'll have my people contact your people. I think we're part of the same rich person group chat. I'll give it a text.
We are a part of the same Horner.com community of rich people.
I was in that once, but it was by accident.
Well, yeah, we had to implement a platinum card code sign up. You have to pay a bottom fee of $1 million to get into the chat room. But because
yes, it's actually quite disappointing when someone forgets to pay and they have to leave and then awkwardly come back 2 days later when their payment goes through.
Yeah,
we shame them mercilessly.
We do shame them mercilessly.
We call them poor.
Yeah, the new money. Am I right? Yeah.
Sorry, I was just.
They're terrible.
I so badly want 1/3 of this party to get eaten by dinosaurs.
And which 1/3 is that, Eric? Huh?
I'll never tell. But
so anyway, so I was thinking. So you know how Snapchat has filters? I was thinking filters, but for dinosaurs.
Oh. In what, to give them cute blush and makeup and stuff? I like this idea.
I think this
Although
would be
perhaps
great.
that might humanize them too much for the audience that I'm trying to obtain.
Well, I want to humanize them because the frog community is very into the humanizing of the dinosaurs.
What?
But Dame, darling, don't you know that frogs are amphibians and dinosaurs are not?
I don't.
Okay.
I like how he said that, as in she just gave him that information and he's refusing to process it and he's like I don't know that and I'm not going to.
It hurts the business plan.
Oh man, actually, I'm gonna switch this to a different track because it's a somber occasion. But yes, I am very happy with this rich person RP that's going on right now. I was like, I just really laughed at the group chat thing because I was like, rich people use WhatsApp.
Probably. I don't know.
But as you all kind of move forward and take your seats in the crowd, you see that there's there's a row of 5 people all wearing suits and business clothing, very prim and proper. And at the end, there is a young man with kind of sandy blonde hair and green eyes, kind of sitting there in kind of a disheveled dress shirt, and slacks. And this older gentleman, maybe in his late 50s with graying hair and a nice pinstripe suit, kind of comes up to the microphone. He's like, "Well, I want to thank everyone for coming to our memorial service for KT Lewis."
Jim Carrey.
we
They
are
get Jim Carrey up here, dude. I appreciate it.
we are we mourn KT every day. And you know, us the board of directors, we know that we want to continue his dream and continue his legacy. And so we just want to go ahead and dedicate this statue to KT. And they unveil this extremely gaudy, like granite statue of a man kind of like holding up a test tube in one hand and then holding out like 3 dinosaur eggs in the other. And he has kind of like this very neutral look on the face. Never before have you really kind of like seen like a very like lifeless representation of a person, except for in this statue. And the man kind of like claps, and the crowd claps for like a moment during the unveiling. And then, yeah, thank you. And he stops. And then he's like,
My statue's gonna be so much bigger.
who do you say that to?
Just
into the air.
Just
I almost want it to be Eric's character. I really like. I want y'all to be seated side by side this entire adventure.
When I die, my memorial statue is gonna be so much bigger.
Yeah, no doubt.
And
You seem like a statue guy.
Oh yeah.
And the board member just kind of like, we miss KT very much, but to speak a few words is his baby brother Lee Lewis. And he claps and kind of like walks back to his seat while the crowd claps back, and
Kurt claps extra loud.
nice. And the as Kurt claps extra loud, farther in the back you can hear Kyle say, "We miss you, KT," and the board members are just kind of like,
It's a memorial service.
I just love that this park is apparently run by frat boys.
Yeah, holy
yeah.
shit.
I
Oh, that's
love.
dumb.
I'm not gonna say anything about boards of directors or anything like that.
I
So
love that guy's energy.
the
Shout outs just real quick to the anonymous gifter there.
Oh, wow.
yes,
Yeah.
did
Oh, did we
oh
get a
snap,
donation?
yes we did, we got another one.
We did get a donation, but I think Dustin's referring to the anonymous sub that was just gifted to.
Oh,
TurnTables.
thank you so much. We really appreciate that.
Oh, wow.
Yes, so we like that was just, you know, Kyle trying to one up Kurt a little bit, and the young man, the young blonde man, kind of like stands up and he walks over, and you can see that he has like some note cards in his hand, and he kind of like taps them on the podium and then like looks back at the board of the directors, and they all just kind of like, they're all very like, they all have their polite faces on, but they're all looking at him in a specific way. And so he kind of like looks at the cards and looks back out at the crowd, and he says, "My brother, Dr. KT Lewis, he was a lot of things in my life. Not just my brother. He was my mentor. He was my best friend. He was my biggest supporter. And his entire life, he wanted technology to advance humanity and to continue to better the lives of millions. And I miss him every day. It's been 3 months, and the hole left behind is something I'm not sure I will ever heal from. As most of you know, my brother died of hyperoxia, which is the over-oxygenation of a human's blood over a certain amount of time, to which the blood cannot pump anymore. It becomes too light, and that causes problems in the lungs, in the central systems, and is the reason why all of you have oxygen support systems with you today. And you see him take a moment and kind of like hold it up to his face and, you know, take a hit, and he kind of steadies himself and he says, "This area, this reserve, was my brother's greatest dream. He'd always loved dinosaurs, and he always knew that if there was a way to bring them back, he would do it. But he didn't want to do it for... And he pauses, and he like looks over his shoulder, and he says, my brother wanted to share dinosaurs with the rest of the world in a scientific way. And now that the park is close to opening, we get to share dinosaurs in a brand new way. And that is... And he kind of pauses for a moment, and he says, actually, no. My brother would have hated the fact that this reserve and these research facilities are being turned into a fucking resort and for the rich and the entitled and the wealthy. And he kind of like, he tosses the note cards over his shoulder, and he says, my brother is gone now, and these dinosaurs don't deserve to be humanity's plaything. He treated them with a respect that is no longer being given to them anymore. And I'm tired of pretending that this is something that it's not. I don't care about my shares. I don't care about my stocks. All I care...
What?
from the crowd.
You can't just not.
And he says, but what I care about is my brother's legacy. And he would have wanted these creatures to be free in the end. And you see him kind of like, he holds up a trigger in his hand, and he presses the red button. And immediately the statue behind him explodes. And the shock radius sends everyone knocking back onto their backs onto the floor, shrapnel and like bits of rock slamming into the ground everywhere. But the shockwave itself resonates with the brachiosauruses nearby, and they get spooked and they begin running until eventually they're running together, and it becomes a stampede. And you look out over the plateau and you watch them rushing down. Like the collective speed, mass, and weight of them together are breaking trees down. They are like smashing rocks to the side, and you can see off in the distance they are heading straight for the wall. And you watch the brachiosauruses thundering down the plains until they reach the wall and just crush it like Legos. And they bust through the wall, and you see the herd kind of like begin to convene, and they go down the central pathway and they crush the command tower. They just like slam straight into it, and the command tower breaks in half and begins to fall down to the ground as they begin to weave out and smash into the conjoining walls on the sides that connect the Triassic and the Cretaceous parks as well. And they just smash into those, and immediately alarms begin to flare. And you on the ground with your arms sprawled, you look and you see your black bands, the little red dot that signals that the signal is broadcasting, blinks out. And suddenly you hear just a massive roaring across the entire park as your scent is caught. And we're going to go ahead and take a break there.
Oh boy.
And
break.
we'll be back in about 15 minutes. So bear with us. Thank you all for sticking with us. We're going to jump back in, and there's going to be a lot less railroading, and it's going to be a lot more decision making. I apologize for that. I had to set everything up.
Did you say there will be a lot more chaos?
Yes, there will
Theory?
definitely.
Or is that? But that's just a theory. A
Theoretically.
dinosaur theory.
All right.
But we'll be back in 15 minutes at approximately like 7:55, and then we'll continue with chaos theory. Thank you for sticking with us.
And then I made my own like quick pickled onions, and so it's got like pickled onions, yogurt sauce, turkey burger on a potato bun.
Heck yeah! Oh my gosh.
It's good stuff, and everyone gets to watch me eat it. Hello, we're live, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, I think like a few of us are eating dinner.
Snack
Sorry.
check, dinner.
Everyone got to hear how badass of a chef Masha is.
Yeah.
Should be whipping, bro.
True.
Trevor cooked them because I was here. But yeah.
Trevor be whipping, bro.
True.
Hi everyone, welcome back. I think we'll probably give it just like a minute or two. Masha, you can go get that sauce if you want to. I promise.
I'm
it's
gonna
okay.
get sauce.
Yeah, go get that
Alright.
sauce.
Okay.
That'll be our bonus time.
Yeah.
Hello, chat. How are you all?
Yeah. Yes, let's catch up on
Welcome
chat.
Are you
Welcome
all well?
to Dane Horner's Chat Hour.
Snack check, but in reverse. Chat, what are you snacking on?
Yeah.
Is there like a what's the reason for the gloves? Is it just because Dane Horner is like
He's cool.
It gives me like a little bit of like the Patrick Bateman
yes.
vibes.
Sure.
I really like. We're not gonna have this scene here, but I would love just like a, let's see Paul Allen's card, like type thing.
Uh-huh.
I love American Psycho. It's a great movie.
I've not seen it.
Actually, never
It's
seen American
amazing. It's
Psycho.
Christian Bale's best role, in my opinion.
I've heard that. Like, you were not the first person to tell me.
Well, we
That
like
and the
Alex, dude.
Machinist. Yeah.
Oh,
he's
yeah.
crazy.
For sure.
That and the Machinist, I think, are like a surprisingly little number of people have seen those movies, and they're phenomenal.
Well,
Very few
I'm
Christian Bale movies.
I'm poor to judge. I've not seen many movies.
Watch movies. I'm always a big proponent.
I don't like watching movies alone,
That's valid.
and
Some-
so, which is why I'm one of the proponents of, hey, we should watch movies some.
It's very true.
Maybe one day we'll get to that.
Yeah.
Someday.
We've
Yeah.
been talking about it for like 3 months.
We
Maybe we'll
have.
watch National Treasure, and I'll be happy.
We have. It's just that we also decided to make March like our busiest month in the history of
Yeah.
the stream, and so maybe
Yep.
afterwards, we can find some time to do it.
Discord, Lost National Treasure.
Yeah.
Please.
I
They're
know
making
we've
a
been
National
talking about
Treasure
that
show.
forever.
I
Fun
did hear
fact.
that.
So
Yeah.
me and my coworker are probably gonna rent out a theater just so we could try to fucking. Oh, that's dollar.
Yes,
Try to,
yes, it is.
try to watch the guys in the first King Kong.
Des,
That's
I'm so glad you're here.
This specifically, I haven't been to a theater in a year, but I will rent out a theater just to see this movie.
Yeah. Is anyone else gonna watch Godzilla vs Kong this week?
Probably.
Oh,
I
you
think
know
I think I'm obligated by law.
It's true.
Who do we think? Big monkey, big lizard? What are we going?
Lizard.
Big lizard.
It's
but
big
I love
lizard,
big
dog.
monkeys, but
It
big
can't be
lizard.
anyone else.
We're all big
I
lizard
always
fans.
root for the underdog. I can't
Oh,
not.
How dare you?
I can't
How dare
not.
you come in here? Monkey suppression hour. What are you doing?
I'm sorry, but a space dragon and an atom bomb could not kill Godzilla. A crappy plane from the early 20th century took down King Kong.
Don't
That
play,
is true.
Hey, Godzilla beats
Man's-
Kong, but don't play my boy though. Don't play my boy.
Canonically.
Well, because Kong was like in Kong Skull Island, he was already pretty like beat to nonsense by that like one.
But he was a
creature from
baby then.
under the island.
He
That
was
is true.
young. He,
He
was,
was a
super
baby.
young.
Yeah, well, he was.
That is true. But
I mean, but
but at
also-
this point in the universe, Godzilla has technically become the king of all monsters. Like he's killed the alien dragon.
Yeah, man. He has like a nuclear breath. He shoots.
Yeah.
And they've consecutively caused nuclear explosions on Godzilla.
We've had this argument. Des and I have had this
Wait.
argument with Saul many
Yes,
times
yes, we
already.
have.
We're just treading old ground.
Do y'all
at this
know?
point.
Do y'all know
He threw
the
Ultraman in there just 'cause.
the Ryan meme from The Office where he's like,
Mm-hmm.
"That's me right now." I'm writing down
What is your
my
defense?
argument.
Yeah.
I think it.
Why do you think monkey beats lizard?
I think it. I think the battleground has something to say. Because if it's like
Oh,
if
okay.
it's an open plane that Godzilla can just like blast outright, then I mean Godzilla can blast outright no matter what, right? But I'm saying that in like a cityscape landscape where Kong can jump and climb and be more agile and like hide behind
true.
things, he has the ability to get the one up on Godzilla. And then and then technically all he has to do is get Godzilla on its back. And then what happens?
Yeah.
How is he like Godzilla's
He's
just
not a turtle.
I mean,
Well,
but it would
Scream.
take forever for him to get back up.
Scream. He has spooky breath.
He has the laser. Yes.
Right, but then
Thank
it
you.
like shoots up into this. It's just like they're
Godzilla
like
not
Godzilla's big, but the like the bigger you are, the harder you fall. And I think
Yeah, yeah.
it is. I don't. I always root for the underdog. It's just the way I am. It's the way I've
think-
always been. And so like
Is King Kong the underdog in this scenario?
yes, because literally
Technically-
everyone's talking about Godzilla's nuclear breath, and it's like well, yes,
because
you are
Godzilla
correct.
Killed the space dragon. survived
Yes.
the
Well,
space
so here's the thing. Like
Fair
so,
enough.
like there's this clip of Stan Lee going around right now that I think relates to this.
Yeah.
Where he talks about how like people keep asking me who would win in this situation, and he responds with anyone can win because I deem it so. So like really it's whatever the creator if the creator wants King Kong to win, they're gonna think of a reason why King Kong wins.
Yeah.
Or sometimes they won't even think of a reason, and it'll just happen.
And it'll just happen.
Whoever's ever writing the story will decide the winner.
Obviously, I find it fun to be like, well, Godzilla did kill alien god dragon.
Also,
Yes.
Godzilla, lizard, and lizard cooler than monkey.
Yeah, that's my reasoning.
This is
Solid.
my lizard go. Brrr.
That's
You know,
that's rude.
I appreciate that argument very, very, very much so. You know, if I were to switch sides, it would be because of that argument specifically.
Just because
I mean,
It sounds like
are-
you switched. I don't know.
But I'm not
Yeah,
going to.
Aren't you about to attack all of us with giant lizards? Like, isn't that a thing that's literally about to happen?
Yeah, no,
right
hold
now?
on.
Who says
Unless
giant?
there's
Who
big
says
monkey here.
who says giant lizards are the only thing in this park?
I would rather be
this is
attacked
where
by
I-
big lizard than big monkey. Admittedly.
This is where I become Big Monkey.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
no.
gonna
You're
go
saying?
ahead and say it. All primates freak me out. Like when I did bio studies, like I just don't like them. They're too close
Humans
to us.
freak me out.
They can't make my sister.
Well, like there was a whole lab where like you had to have special clearance to go to where they did research on monkey because the zoonotical disease thing. Like you can get them sick, they can get you sick, and I just don't want to hang out with anything that I can exchange diseases with.
Fair.
I know that you can get salmonella from the surface of reptiles, but I just don't put my fingers in my mouth after handling reptiles, and it's fine. So
Yeah.
Oh, you don't?
Wait, can't you also get disease from like dogs?
You can get diseases from most things.
I think-
I
Yeah,
think.
I'm
but
like,
it's,
wait a
it's like
second.
not as common.
Yeah.
Like,
well, it's I would rather get. I'm eating dinner. I'm not gonna say anything.
Yeah, yeah,
So,
that's-
let's
Also
plan.
fair.
yeah.
I
Okay,
also
so
appreciate-
jumping back into our story.
Yeah, hey. Dinosaurs are
Um,
happening.
So, at this moment in time, you're all shell shocked. You're lying on the ground, chairs strewn about, pieces of rubble just around you, and like a smoking crater maybe 20 or 30 feet away from you. Thankfully, none of the rubble has smashed any of the bullets or like knocked them over or anything of that nature. They were parked far enough away, but you see people kind of like very slowly beginning to get up and kind of like right themselves. What is everyone doing?
Is Lee Lewis? His name is Lee Lewis, right?
Mhm.
Is he alive and in one piece still? Can I see him anywhere?
So you look up and you see that a large chunk of the podium has been crushed by a large chunks of the gravel. So you do not have eyesight on Lee Lewis currently.
I'm gonna look around for him.
Okay. As you kind of like begin to kind of like shuffle around and move through the debris, you kind of climb up the wooden, like just broken pieces, and you get up to the top and you see that a large piece of rock is kind of like sitting at the end of the stage, and there's a lot of human bits on it. And all the chairs that the board of trustees was sitting in are crushed, and there's like just spots of just like red blood kind of like smeared out in the path of that one boulder. As you kind of like move around looking through where the podium is, you see kind of like this maybe like 15-foot wide, like maybe 5 foot high, like slab just kind of like on the ground, and you can see Lee Lewis kind of like underneath. His bottom half, like up to his chest, is completely covered in this granite slab, and you see that like his lips are red, and his arm, like his left arm, is still kind of like free, and it's just kind of like twitching to the side. But you see his eyes kind of like turn in your direction, and he just kind of coughs up a little bit of blood, and it spatters onto the stone.
I'm gonna, I guess, go down to him.
Okay.
I'm gonna kneel in front of him, or next to him. And there's like people. I imagine there's people screaming and like.
Yeah, there's definitely like
on around us.
In those first, like in that first minute or so, like everyone is just so shocked that no one has screamed. But once you get to Lee and people begin noticing, like, oh crap, like the person that was sitting next to me has been crushed by this rock and things of that nature, like screaming begins to ensue, shocked gasps, kind of like hyperventilating from the situation. There is mass panic is brewing, and it's coming to a boiling point, but just not yet, but it's getting there.
All right. Hey. I don't look. You had me there for a little bit, but we gotta mess this up real fast. So if you got another one of those buttons that can turn the towers back on, stay with me now. I'd appreciate you pushing that button that can turn the towers back on.
He looks at you, and he just kind of like slowly shakes his head, and you can tell like that, like he can only do it slightly, and there's a pain there that maybe suggests a spinal injury. Right. And he just kind of very like in a very hoarse tone is like, I didn't know you would be here. I thought it was just going to be the upper management and directors.
Well, I'm here. There's kids here. Well, kid here. And unfortunately, that's not going to help us unmess up this situation. So, best way to get out? Anything you can give me.
He looks at you and he says, get to the bridge before it's retracted. If a dinosaur sets foot on the bridge, your odds of getting back to the helipad are non-existent.
Okay. Is there anything you want me to tell someone? Do you have any last words?
He just kind of like looks up away from you, just kind of like looking at the sky, and he says, I've said what I needed to, and I did what I meant to. And that's all.
Put a hand on his chest. I leave it there for a moment, and I stand back up, and I look for Kurt.
Kurt, how are you?
That's what I'm doing.
That's a great popcorn. Kurt, how are you responding to the situation?
For a second, he looks shocked, and then he springs into action, because I feel like one part of their training is would be how to respond to urgent situations. And so I think what Kurt is going to do is actually go up onto what's left of the stage where the podium was, and start shouting at people to start getting into lines, and start or they're like orderly moving back toward the bullets so we can get out of here. And yeah.
Okay, good. Let's see. Beatrix, what are you doing in this scenario?
I think I am just pissed. Like, this is ruining my chances of what I came here to be. At the same time, it means that there are some managerial positions open. But I like swooping in when things are already kind of organized, you know? Like, I don't like being the person on the ground rebuilding.
Yeah.
So I think that I am just going to, sit there and kind of like, you know, collect myself. I'm sure my hair is like no longer in its perfect updo. And I think that having actually seen the weapons box inside the bullet, I'm just gonna go straight back there and just like grab whatever gun I can kind of conceal on my person. If I'm gonna go out, I'm gonna go out doing what I love.
You still have your like mysterious package on your back, correct?
That's fair. I just wanted to ask you as game master if it's cool if I just like have a gun.
No, yeah, I think that is accurate for the character that you're playing, so that's totally fine.
Right, dope.
I'm glad that you have that gun because the bullet is locked right now. You need to be a staff member to open it. So.
Fair enough. Well, I think that I would then like somewhat like not dramatically but like really cool, like, you know, like when people have those kinds of backpacks, just like flip it over, like unzip it and just like pull out whatever like very high powered rifle that I had just on my back that like nobody bothered to check, and then just kind of like hold it under my arm.
Yeah.
The safety's on. I'm not trying to hurt people, but like I'm kind of just like standing there like exasperated, like just ready to shoot whatever I need to shoot to get out of here alive.
You definitely get the sense that the clientele that the park was going to let into the park, the, you know, hunters who are willing to pay a certain fee would definitely be accommodated for. So like having a firearm in the park is not the wildest thing to them. So yeah. I
have
think,
to say I hate playing this character. This is hard for me. It's just so morally wrong.
But yes, so you've got your weapon at the ready. You're on the lookout.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go. Let's. What's Darwin doing?
Darwin has basically completely ignored the entire human aspect of things and is 100% just staring at the stampede of sauropods, and is just. I think they have maybe stopped writing, like this whole time they have stopped writing notes for like a minute or two maximum. They are like they are just taking notes on everything that they see. They're taking notes on the chaos. They are like searching back in their notes to be like to look at different statistics on the speeds that certain dinosaurs run and the danger that certain animals pose, and they are just 100% like focused in on taking notes and gathering research, and
Right on. Yeah, I think per your calculations, you would have observed that it wasn't because it was one brachiosaur slamming into the gate. Like one brachiosaur at that speed slamming into the gate or slamming into the wall is enough to like for a crack. But it was just the sheer amount of them that hit consecutively past one another that eventually broke through the 15 to 20 foot thick wall of concrete. It was definitely an act of nature embodied, that it just cannot be held back. Now, for the character that I'm very interested to see what is going on with, what's Damon Kelso doing? What's our resident teenager up to in this moment of crisis?
Damon had a mini freak out. He just wanted to ride dinosaurs and swim with dinosaurs and have a cool summer job, not almost get blown up.
It'd be like that.
Can you see like any staff members running towards the bullet too? Like trying to like they could possibly open said bullet.
Yeah, I think by the time that you kind of like stand up and begin kind of like taking in your surroundings and looking around, you see that Kurt is up on the stage like trying to direct people and like help them out, and you see that there is a large like another like maybe 5 to maybe 8 foot tall just chunk of granite kind of like embedded in the ground like 2 rows behind you, and you remember slightly because he yelled during the ceremony that's where Kyle was sitting, but you don't see any. You currently the only staff member that you're seeing is Kurt.
So I grabbed Darwin just I'm like, all right, don't get trampled here, and I'm just running towards Kurt. I'm like, all right, let's I open the door. Open the door.
So you're going up to the stage and telling Kurt to get moving.
Let's get moving. Get it going. Open the door.
Kurt,
Can you open the door?
Uh,
I want to ride dinosaurs, but also don't want to get trampled by dinosaurs. Can we have a happy medium?
yeah. And he also kind of looks around for any other staff members, like
you.
as like.
I would say that, yeah, Kurt does not see Kyle, but Kurt does see like one of the like middle managers, kind of like has already made their way to one of the bullets and is beginning to get the engine going and like trying to cycle people in, as many people as they can carry inside that bullet.
Okay. Well, I mean, if that's that, then. And that seems to be the case, then he's going to start moving toward his own bullet.
Okay. As soon as you kind of like step off the stage and start moving towards your bullet, from behind the giant chunk of granite, Kyle steps out and is like, "Whoa, that was so close. We're fucked, dude." And he just kind of like runs next to Kurt, keeping pace with him. Glad you're
Kyle
okay.
Yeah, good to see you, Kyle.
Kyle needs to survive.
Does he?
Yes.
Does he?
He's just working, man. He's just doing his job.
Trying to be a good employee, man.
Yes.
I
guess.
You do notice that his puka shell necklace is gone, probably lost in the whole affair.
Some casualties.
But the two of you kind of like reach your bullets at the same time, and in close proximity, the bullets like are aware of this. I guess like electronically aware of the staff's presence because of staff badges and all that stuff, and kind of like begin to pop open and the side paneling opening up for both Kyle and Kurt to enter into their bullets.
All right, please, in an orderly fashion, load the bullets.
Oh, I'm so sorry. What's Dane Horner doing in this whole situation?
I was wondering.
I totally slipped. I'm sorry, Chris.
No, it's fine. Dane is on the phone. Hello, Janice? Yeah, get ready for a buyout. No, I mean literally, their entire stockholders are now, basically look like my pre-workout now, man.
Thoughts
You
and
gotta
prayers.
get thoughts and prayers, though, Janice. Please send all their families a nice fruit basket. We gotta buy the company. Hurry, okay? Okay, tell my SO I'll be home. Boop.
Why were you talking into that toilet paper? I don't.
It's my phone.
Wow. High
It's the
tech.
new horn.com prototype.
Yeah, so I'm trying to get, Tim Apple, great guy, but I feel like, he's not innovating where he could be innovating. I feel like sometimes, just like my sushi, I need to roll with it.
Wow, you got Des on your side.
I'm
Uh,
like, ooh.
I just out of curiosity, Chris, do you have like a list of puns and then like props next to the list that you're just gonna be
No.
like pulling out and using? Okay.
These are all things just in my mind and at my desk.
Okay.
We all know that Chris doesn't take notes. Don't like.
I don't
That-
take
yeah.
Yeah,
that.
do you
that-
have
that's
your
true.
you have your cup of sand?
Let's see, where is it? It was right here.
Have you
Oh, no.
misplaced all your sand?
Oh, my sand! Oh, it got away! Oh, wait.
I feel like misplacing a
Here we
full cup
go.
of sand is
There it
exactly.
There's my
is.
sand. There's my sand.
Ooh, that makes a
Uh,
good noise when you shake it.
This is my
Thank you.
Skylanders
Very
portal of
good.
power.
Oh my, no, we're not doing this. I'm sorry, this is my fault.
Right on.
Guys, you
Okay.
start talking about Skylanders.
Is everyone getting inside the bullet?
Sure.
Yes.
Okay.
I think Darwin probably has to be called over by name because they kind of
I think the kid grabbed them.
No.
Oh.
Like,
Yeah.
drag.
yeah, but Darwin is 100% like has forgotten that they are in a situation that might be deadly and is 100% like, oh my gosh, there's dinosaurs. I can write down dinosaur facts. I can observe dinosaurs in their natural habitat. Not really, but like interacting with dinosaurs that they never would have interacted with in prehistory, and is just completely nerding out.
For sure. In this moment in time, I think, Darwin, as you're kind of like moving towards the bullet and preparing to get inside, there's kind of like a low rumble. You pick it up first because you're still like on the ground, and then eventually the vibration passes onto the wheels and into the bullet itself, and it's kind of like cresting and beginning to rise slowly and slowly. What are y'all doing?
Yo, you got a massage mode on this place?
Are you all
So
getting
we're
in?
all,
Or...
yeah, I think we're all in the bullet now.
Yeah, and we're getting in. We're in the boat. I don't know how to drive this thing.
You do not.
Yeah.
I don't.
I don't
People
know.
drive for me.
So you all step into the vehicle, and slowly the glass panel begins to close once again. As it closes, you all watch the vibrations rise until small rocks and pebbles nearby are beginning to like skitter across the stones. And you watch like the edge of the plateau, a mass of iguanodons on two legs just beginning to rush in your direction, kind of like still in a herd mentality. It seems as though the explosion itself has caused more panic in and of itself in the nearby herds of dinosaurs, not just the brachiosaurs. And they are beginning to kind of like slowly turn in your direction, keeping up at a very fast pace. And the door is like slowly beginning to close as they are kind of like racing towards you all.
We have enough seats for Kyle to be in here as well, correct?
Yes,
No.
but Kyle is in his bullet, in his own bullet.
Ah, dang it.
Does he have a crew of people in his bullet who like look sort of like very
Yes.
approximately like us, like as
Yeah.
well?
Yes.
Oh no!
Yes.
Oh no! They have Wayne Borner over there, my arch
Yeah.
nemesis.
From Born.com. Yeah.
It's just a bunch of kids on there. It's disgusting.
Anyway,
Baby.
I'm gonna move. I imagine there's like an aisle.
Yes. So essentially there's two seats on the left side of the vehicle, and then on the right side where the glass panel like opens and closes, there's like an aisle for you to move past through, and there's three sets of like normal seats, and then the two staff seats in the back.
I'm gonna move back to Kurt, who I assume is in the pilot's chair, the driver's chair, driver's seat. It's not really a car, so I'm not sure what to call it.
Pilot seat works.
Sure. I'm gonna say, hey, Kurt. Did
Oh yeah, that's right. You said Kyle.
I say Kyle?
It's
Feel so
working.
bad. Oh no. Oh god. Hey, look,
You're
I'm
great.
sorry. You look, okay. I'll buy you a beer later. It's whatever. Ideologically I'm opposed to the idea, but do you want to open that safe underneath your chair?
The what?
The box underneath your chair full of guns.
Full is.
It contains firearms.
Yeah. Okay. Hang on. a
I
second,
own
let
my
me-
own firing range. I would love.
Okay,
they're nearly on
let's-
you right
let's-
Start driving first.
Yeah. Let's go.
now.
I can open it. It's whatever.
Kyle, you're driving the bullet. You're going.
Who is?
All right, it's Kurt.
Oh,
Oh
dang.
my gosh! You
bad.
really came up with the name that we would get confused with the most.
Oof.
As
Gonna
Kurt,
give this man an identity crisis.
as Kurt attempts to start the engine, as part of the mechanics of chaos theory, our lovely group decided 2 strengths and a weakness of said vehicle. And the weakness of said vehicle is a faulty
Dang.
ignition, in which in this
Shoot.
scenario, the way I'm interpreting it
Dang.
is that the bullet cannot move until the door is secured. And so it is, and the door is very slow because it's not meant for high stress situations like this. It's meant for show. And so
Something called the bullet. This is very painful.
It's embarrassing.
as
Bad
a-
marketing.
as Kurt like pushes
I
forward
would-
the 2
This
levels,
would never happen under my watch.
as Kurt pushes the 2 levers forward, the engine starts and it kicks in and like pushes forward like 6 inches before there's like a grinding halt, and there's just a beeping occurs as the door is just continuing to close. And as soon as it snaps closed, the bullet rockets forward and is just hit on the side by 3 iguanodons, just like slamming into it with their massive muscular bodies. And the vehicle kind of like, as the vehicle is inadvertently pushed with the herd. So like right now y'all are in the middle, still pushing forward because Kurt is pushing it forward, but like you are stuck within this stampede of iguanodons on all sides.
So like they're running along the sides of the bullet.
Yes, and they're essentially like slaloming into it, like knocking y'all off, and things of that nature. So I'm going to actually, or like, Kurt.
Okay, you know what? From now on, every time you call me Kyle, that's another $1.
That doesn't seem like a
Take
fair.
it. I
Yeah,
agree
considering-
this is a good idea.
Eric, have you paid the dollars that you owed from the
I'm
other
going to.
weeks? Okay,
I'm going
all
to.
right, sure.
I've
That
got
was a
I owe
joke.
Yeah,
5
it's a
currently.
lot more. It's a lot more effective if you just you just keep a nice little tally on a post-it note and then donate all at once.
But
Keeping track.
yes, so Kurt, are you attempting to? Are you wanting to stop the bullet? Are you trying to drive through this herd? What are you doing?
Oh yeah, we're like, he's gonna try and drive through it. Like he's gonna like try and move through this bad boy.
Okay, so then now we get to the dice rolling. I'm going to need Kurt to roll me 3d6 for handling a park vehicle. He gets 3d6 because he is prepared, because he's gone through the training, and he's just also very good at this. So he does count as an expert, and so he gets to roll 3d6 for chaos.
Yeah.
And with chaos, you have to roll above a set number that you choose during character creation, and depending on how many dice succeed, then you actually do the thing at varying levels of success. So Dustin, if you want to go ahead and roll your 3d6.
I did, as you were speaking.
Right on.
My number, I guess I should say, is 2. Kurt is a very passionate, a very passionate and intuitive person, so definitely leans way more towards chaos than theory. And I've rolled a 5, a 3, and a 2.
Right on. Okay. So that's a critical success. And I'm pretty sure it says if you roll your number exactly, you get chaos theory, which means that you get a special insight. So you can ask me a question as the GM concerning the situation that you're in. And then I'm pretty sure you get to roll again if the action changes because of the information. But you do get a critical success, so you also get an extra effect. I'll say you actually you manage to maneuver through the crowd of iguanodons safely without actually like harming any of them, and you are now essentially at the point of this herd. You have managed to get to a speed and sense of control where you are in front of them all. And do you have a question?
What is the best way to get to the bridge? Like direction wise, with all the chaos that's going on right now, what is the best way that I can see to get to the helipad?
So since you are on a plateau, you have like an overlooking view of the valley below, and you can definitely see that the normal route, which is the best way to mitigate, land dinosaurs at least possibly getting out, is through the docks that the bullet had initially submerged into. And so that in the direction that you are heading, which if you're looking at the map is essentially, it could be if you want to choose either the right or the left side of the Jurassic zone, there is a straight shot down those walls to where the brachiosaurs had busted in. So that's already a straight shot via land. But you can also submerge the vehicle into that little like kind of like river lake area and attempt to sail your way through towards the bridge. Though within the Jurassic zone, those are your two ways, either by land or by water.
Okay, and but was there either of them that seemed to call to me intuitively more right now, or just these are the choices?
These are the choices. Yeah.
Okay. All right. We're going for a swim. I think that's the decision he's made as of right now.
Right on. So as you begin to kind of like swerve, you notice for a second that the iguanodons are beginning to pick up speed. There is like a max velocity on the bullet, but whether because of the incline or another factor, the iguanodons are beginning to pick up speed, and they are like very quickly the herd passes you by without shaking the vehicle too much. As they leave you in the dust, everyone kind of like looks back, and you see from kind of like a jungle canopy, a nearly 40-foot long Allosaurus has busted through the canopy, and it has turned its head towards the herd of iguanodon and is now focusing on the bullet that's kind of like revving ahead. What are y'all doing?
I would like to kind of retcon and say that the entire time that they are in the herd of iguanodon, Darwin is just spurting off facts. He is like, yes, iguanodon, that appears to be, I said he, I misgendered my own character. They are like, that appears to be iguanodon angelica? It's hard to tell without seeing the exact more physiology, but it was said to be discovered by Gideon Mantell and his wife Marianne sometime in the late 1800s, and I imagine everyone is just kind of tired of them because they kind of keep forgetting that they are in mortal danger and they are just really enjoying seeing these dinosaurs.
As we drive away, I do pull out my disposable camera and take a picture.
Of the iguanodons or the Allosaurus or
just it's a wide, just everything going on.
Okay, gotcha.
Out the side, so like towards the dinosaurs and the broken statue.
Gotcha. So like, yeah, back at the plateau. Gotcha.
Yeah,
cool.
I've been using
I have
the
a
story feature
question.
on horn.com, not the Y.
I have a question for the game master.
Yes.
So I guess it could be a question for Kurt as well. But we can't do anything from the bullet while it is moving, because while it is moving, you cannot open the door, correct?
You have not tried.
Okay.
All you know right now is that the vehicle won't start unless the door is closed.
It won't start. Okay.
That's correct.
Kirk, dear, if you'd like, if you can open this in some kind of way, I do have a very powerful gun on me, and anything that's coming towards me will not quite like it if I shoot them with it, and believe me, darling, I'm quite the good shot. Yeah?
Just a follow-up question for yours. Is there like a escape hatch on the bus? Because like if a bus rolls on its side, they have a door on the roof of the bus to be able to climb out. Is there a similar thing?
With the bullet, like I should say the panel is the entire side of the bullet. Like it's
right.
Like, and so if they are like the way that's kind of like it's built is if the side with the panel is covered, like it rolls on the side where it's like on on the thing, the other side will open. And so like it's as long as
both sides can open.
Both sides can open, but only one like is used for most of the time.
Got it. Okay, I was under the impression only one could, so we're good.
Yeah. And so Beatrix, you ask Kurt about opening the door so that you can shoot the dinosaur.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
We've always just been told to keep the door closed during operation. Also, is it smart to open the door if there's a giant stampede of dinosaurs that are easily the size of two of us stampeding?
That is true. The iguanodons are each like 25 to 30 feet long in length.
Yeah. My favorite part of this so far has been having to Google every dinosaur because I don't know, like, off the top of my head what all of them look like. So Saul, you've been like, oh yes, they're plesiosaurs, and I'm like frantically typing, like, what is a plesiosaur?
I've known all except, like, I could not place iguanodon, so I did have to search iguanodon.
Well, darling, that's not for me to decide. You're the one who's been trained on this machinery. I'm just saying that if one of them gets a little too close and knocks us, we're not gonna make it back home. But if you let me out the side door, and don't leave me behind, of course. But again, I'm a very skilled shot, and I have a feeling that perhaps even the sound of a ringing gunshot could spook some of them away from us. We are trying to survive, after all. Listen, darling, I'm not a scientist. I'm merely an enthusiast.
Question.
Yes.
For the GM. Would he know if something would happen if the door opened?
Kurt's never done it, so it would be kind of a new experience.
Great. Love that.
I will say, as Kurt ponders, the Allosaurus has begun taking large steps and is now gaining speed on the bullet. And we're going to switch the track.
Uh-oh.
Just scary
Danger
time.
time.
As the Allosaurus roars and is beginning to...
The name of that track.
Yes. Is beginning to make speed and it's gaining on the bullet right now as you're all running across the terrain, or driving across the terrain.
Okay. I'm like, oh wow, we're running now.
Darwin is looking very angrily at Beatrix. I'm not sure if they've said anything yet, but they are definitely considering it.
Kurt, what's the verdict?
At this point, we really don't have much of an option. If this thing catches up to us, I mean, I'm no scientist either, but and I think that he makes the gut decision to try and open the door.
Okay. As the Allosaurus begins to kind of like catch up, you hit the button to open the door, and there's like a grinding noise, and there is a beeping, but instead of the panel opening up, the the two sidings begin to like open up in the middle, and as
Moonroof, baby.
as the middle begins to open up, the Allosaurus catches up and it slams its jaws into the opening, but it's just enough to where the sliding doors like stop the mouth to where it like the teeth are maybe like a foot away from whoever is sitting like in the first 4 seats, which I'm assuming would be actually everyone but Beatrix and I think Dick. And so for Dane, Kelso, Darwin, there's so many D names, and not Kurt. For those 3, the Allosaurus's snout just kind of like busts through, and you get slammed with this like very hot breath, and these like make almost like half an arm long like teeth kind of like just like snapping before it like loses speed from the lunge and has to like begin to backpedal and gain speed once again. But now the roof is like beginning to open even wider.
I just like
I want to try to shoot
Sorry,
this thing, please.
Oh yeah, definitely. So
Okay, but Eric, sorry.
I just grab Kurt by the shoulder and I'm like, Kurt, guns now.
Yeah, and he'll just hand Hickory Dickory Dock the key.
Yeah, I open it up and I pull out whatever is inside.
yeah, so on the inside there is there's a pretty high caliber rifle, but 2 pistols, and 2 pistols. Okay. And so pick your choice. Beatrix, go ahead and roll me chaos with 3d6 because you are a big game hunter. Shooting off of a moving vehicle is not that wild to you, and so 3d6 chaos.
And you brought your own gun. There's no way you wouldn't be prepared.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I did bring my own gun. I want to roll above my number, correct?
That is correct. Yeah.
That would be 2 dice succeeding.
Okay. Let's see here. So with a 2 dice succeed, you do it well. Good job. Were any of your dice your number specifically?
No, they were not.
Okay. So, excuse me. You kind of like you go up to the front or to the back of the vehicle, and you almost use the glass siding as kind of like a mount, and you just like aim and you wait for like a specific bump before pulling the trigger, and just blam, it like shoots out, and you watch the bullet collide with the jaw of the Allosaurus, and it rocks its head to the side, and it like stomps back, and you gain like maybe like 100 feet in those moments where it has been knocked back by the bullet. But you watch its head kind of like dip down and rise once more and begin to race after you again. It seems like one bullet isn't going to be enough to take out 40-foot long prehistoric lizard.
Darling, you don't think that we could maybe take a loop around? I could grab some of the teeth that thing lost. If not, that's quite all right. I know we're kind of on a quick thing, but that was probably the best shot I've had in all my years of what I've been doing.
Yep, great shot, Dame. You did real good shot.
You might be the only person in history to ever shoot a dinosaur. Congratulations.
Why
For
teeth?
now.
Wait, why teeth? Can I ask why teeth?
Well, they're my favorite body part, after all.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Thought I heard.
Every Beckham needs one.
Every Beckham needs one.
Can I
Put it
have
down,
the gun?
Adventurer.
Can I have a gun?
Have you ever fired a gun before?
I will have you know that my dad actually owned a shooting range, and I would hang out there sometimes.
Would you ever actually use the guns, darling? Believe me, they kick back a lot more than you'd anticipate.
Look, I play a lot of Fortnite.
I don't think
Cool,
I've
so
ever
no
heard
gun-
of this.
no
Is
gun
this some
for
kind
you.
of...
Can you hand me one of the sidearms?
Yeah.
I'll be driving mostly, but just in case.
I am ready
Can I
to
get it?
crank the 90s.
What's up, kid?
Can I get a gun?
Have you ever
everyone's
fired a
getting-
gun?
I mean, no, but everyone's getting guns. I just feel like I should have a gun too.
Well, there's only 3 guns, and so
There's
I
only
think
one
out
more
of both
gun.
of
'Cause I'm
us.
taking a gun.
Are you taking
I'm
the
gonna-
rifle or are you taking a sidearm?
I'm gonna take the rifle.
Okay.
Just hand me
Just
the
because
pistol.
I imagine our paleontologist friend probably isn't going to want one.
Yeah, Darwin this whole time is just
Clutching their
not
notebook.
clutching their notebook and not exactly like they're completely in utter disbelief that anyone would want to shoot these dinosaurs. They are like, you can't shoot the dinosaurs. They're trying to chase us, but that's just their natural instinct. It's part of our research. We can't harm them. We can't.
I think
You're
we're at a
absolutely
point.
correct. However, it's part of my ethical and moral code not to get eaten by a lizard. So,
Technically, they're closer to birds than they are lizards.
Also, I
You're
think we
right.
can literally make more.
Yeah, but we don't know how these. Besides, how do we know if these ones? Besides, how do we know how these ones will react to the gunshots? I mean, yeah, guns hurt and stuff.
They will
but,
die.
like, that you want to kill things. You want to kill these wonderful pieces of research.
I don't.
Darwin, please.
Darwin.
Let me put it simply for you.
Yo, Darby.
She
Either
didn't come to me
we,
Kirk this whole time.
yeah, it's intentional.
Yeah, that's so perfect.
Very
Either-
good- it's a very
either-
good match.
Yeah.
Either we get eaten, or we don't get eaten. If you get eaten, who will you share your notes with? Pray tell.
I can't ride dinosaurs if I'm dead.
I will share
Also
them with whoever
precisely.
finds my lifeless corpse.
Well, if your notes are in the doo-doo of a dinosaur, I don't know if they'll be, like, readable.
At this point, the doors have opened completely to the sides, and essentially it's like a little higher than a convertible. If you're sitting down, the walls are like, the edge is like right up to the top of your heads, but if you were to stand up inside the vehicle, you have like a clear shot outside. And as you are pushing forward, what you previously could not hear because of the thumping of the Allosaurus and the grinding of the gears, you hear a and you look up and you see two helicopters like flying through the air, kind of like in your direction, and you see on top inside of them the silhouettes of like armored individuals like holding like on in front of a Gatling gun, kind of just like moving in, and then you begin to hear the and on either sides of you, you watch a raining of bullets just kind of like beginning to like slam through the ground on either sides, heading for the Allosaurus. Right before the Allosaurus gets hit with this stream of bullets, there's a screech, and you all look up and you see a flock of pterodons just slam into one helicopter, and it begins to lose control and swing, and its tail clips the other tail, and the two begin to just go wide, and bullets begin go flaring before they let go, and the two helicopters like colliding down on the ground smash and are rolling, and they are heading straight for the bullet in their momentum. So I'm gonna need
Towards us?
yes,
As,
towards
like,
you. So like you are
like, behind us or in front of us?
in front of you. In front of you.
Okay.
And so I need Kurt to roll me another vehicle check with 3d6.
3d6 chaos.
Yes, chaos.
Quickly hand me the pistol.
That's 3 successes, but no chaos theories.
That's okay. So as another one of the strengths that this vehicle had, it was tight turns. And so you watch Kurt like fully extend both levers, and the vehicle immediately pitches to one side, and there's this kind of like mechanical hum and click. And for those who are very observant, you watch the tire treads disappear into a smooth metallic surface, and suddenly the vehicle is like, for 1 or 2 seconds, the vehicle is gliding across the grass before the tire treads re-engage, grip the earth, and shoot off to the side. Thanks to KT Lewis developing a near frictionless surface, tight turns are extremely possible on the bullets. And the bullet swings off to the side, and the debris from the helicopters just rolls forward and crashes into the Allosaurus, who roars in pain and the entire mess is left behind in a cloud of smoke and flame. And y'all are kind of like tumbling towards essentially the water line.
Please remain seated.
This vehicle could make turns like this, and we're still wanting to shoot the dinosaurs?
One literally almost ate you.
I don't care. What
Okay,
better
who
way to
votes
go
we throw
out?
at this person?
I look. Darwin, was it?
That's me.
Yes. I will swear to you on all 3 of my degrees and this pocket edition of Nietzsche's Beyond Good and Evil that I am not going to willingly injure any dinosaur except for in the protection of human life. I don't want to hurt animals. It's not my thing.
You have 3 degrees. How did you get the funding? I can barely get one.
I am. Let's just say I'm hoping for debt forgiveness in the near future. But
Well, I would recommend trying to apply for the Horner Scholarship of Excellence and Coolness.
the ship has sailed. I promise you. I don't put that much faith in.
It's
It
like
doesn't matter.
$500, and you need to make like a 3,000-word essay.
All right.
Wait, don't mind.
Anyway, point is, I promise
Yeah,
you,
you
I
can do
won't.
it online.
Promise you, I won't do anything intentionally. I can't speak for anyone else in this car, but yeah.
Strangely enough, Horner Scholarship does not qualify for FAFSA, though. You have to find it privately.
That's not
Yeah.
surprising. I look between Horner and Kelso, and I think for a moment, which of these two is less likely to willingly shoot a dinosaur for fun? And I hand the gun to Kelso.
I take offense to this.
So anyway, I hand you a
I'll
pistol.
see you in court, buddy.
Hey, Rhino.
By all
Alright.
means, if we survive this, sure.
I don't think you're getting the scholarship now.
The philosophizer hands the miner the firearm.
How do you turn on the safety?
It's that button there.
Oh, okay.
It's the button that press. It's the button that says safety.
Presses. I know.
So
Arnar.
as soon as
Here we go again.
as soon as you hand the pistol to Kelso,
Miner.
to the miner, the bullet hits the water line and you all kind of like lurch, and as it kind of like slides into the water, a bit of water kind of like splashes off the edges and begins to fall inside the interior of the bullet since the top is still open, and you are all kind of like on an essentially like an open air clear boat inside this river, and
This is like the coolest.
and you're beginning to
If
kind of
we
like
weren't-
coast.
Running for our lives. Sorry.
No, you're good. But on either side of you, there are, or I guess for question for Dustin, looking at the map, which way do you want to take? The center river, the one on the left, or the one on the right?
For some reason, I've just been picturing the one on the right, like
Yeah.
our right. So, if they were heading from the plateau down, it would be their left. So the one on the Cretaceous side.
Gotcha. Yes. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So you take the kind of like, you begin moving down the river, and you were just like, even more so than before, you were hearing more sounds of like dinosaurs roaring and just like loud animals kind of like crashing through the underbrush. It seems like the entire area is in a state of chaos, and you are all just kind of like, you're momentarily in the water. You're pretty fine. You're coasting until there's and the bullet kind of like rocks a bit, and it does kind of like the bottom area, the undercarriage where all the mechanisms are, is also essentially the area of buoyancy that keeps the bullet afloat. And so you all look down and you see that there is a pretty large ichthyosaur kind of like right underneath the bullet and is like bumping into it slightly with the top of its back where the dorsal fin is. It doesn't seem aggressive, but you are now still in contact with another dinosaur. Or technically.
Is that an Etus dinosaur, or is that?
I'd rather not find out.
It's an Etus creature, but it's not technically a dinosaur. It's a marine reptile.
I thought it was, well, it's descended from archosaurs, right? Which is like a very far cousin of dinosaurs.
Yeah, it's like a
So dinosaurs are like a far cousin, yeah.
Yeah, it's like a weird dinosaur cousin that's not technically under like dinosaur.
Yeah.
Doesn't fall under that.
It's not a terrible lizard.
Yeah.
It's a pretty great
Modern birds are terrible lizards, though.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, you mentioned birds, and you actually do see on the coastline of some of the jungle canopies are on your sides, and you do see like prehistoric birds that look like very small raptors, but do have long feathers. And they're just kind of like they look at you from the coastline and then kind of like shuffle away. But
we get a little bit of that Archaeopteryx
yes.
vibe.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Love those funky little dudes.
Funky little dudes.
I was gonna say.
And you get the sense, yeah. But they're kind of like, even though I'm breaking my own rule because I'm pretty sure they're Triassic, but it's fine. Yeah, you see them.
Tisks all.
I'm right. It's Jurassic.
Yeah.
I'm Jurassic. It's Jurassic. Yes. Okay. Sorry.
I do want to say I do appreciate the work that you went into it, actually separating into the 3 different eras, unlike Jurassic Park, which just said it's Jurassic Park. Now here's mostly Cretaceous creatures.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But yes, so this ichthyosaur currently is swimming alongside your boat, but it doesn't seem to be like aggressive towards it currently. But it is kind of like it's causing the boat to like bob and like water to kind of like, slosh in, and it's sloshing in, causing the bullet to sink a little bit lower down the surface.
I'm gonna try and roll out the windows.
Yeah. I don't disagree.
Okay.
If that's okay with the customers. The customer's always right. Right?
So as the gears begin to grind again and the side panels begin to like rise slowly once more, you watch the ichthyosaur shoot off to the side, and like just like disappear under the water, and it's just kind of like quiet for a moment, before you all kind of like you were all staring in the direction of the ichthyosaur, and then you hear the sound of something breaching and like wet water just like slapping the surface of the river, and you all look up, and there is this 12-foot tall kind of like long-necked reptile looking down at your boat as a giant plesiosaur, which has like diamond fins and a long tail, is like now like swimming next to your boat and like looking down at the rest of you, and its immersion has rocked the water, and your boat kind of gets like rocked to the side. I'll probably ask Kurt to make another vehicle handling check, to maintain the balance in the water and not capsize.
Oh boy. Wouldn't capsizing be cool in the water with the windows down?
You rolled it back up, I thought.
They're currently rolling up. They're very slow.
You see, that's right.
This
Luckily-
vehicle.
Luckily, I can literally only fail if I roll 3 1s. Which I didn't. I rolled a 3, a 3, and a 5.
Nice.
So,
Nice.
And then your is a 2, correct?
2 is my number.
Yeah, 2 is your number. Okay.
2 is my number.
Yeah, so you right the vehicle very quickly, but you do watch as the plesiosaur's head kind of like comes down and is like the doors are like beginning to close, but its head is like emerging or is like lowering down. It seems like curious at the moment, at this like strange object that it has found in the water with things inside of it. But you do notice that its neck lowers down enough to where it looks like the doors are gonna catch its neck. What are y'all doing?
Like it's lowering its head down into the craft.
That is correct.
How big? How big?
How big is the head?
Like very, I assume.
Yeah, I would say all around, it's maybe max like 4 feet, like median like 3 feet in width, and maybe like 4 in length. If that makes
So
any
you think
sense.
about 3.5, so about tree fitting.
The size of like half of a human. So it does take up a space inside the craft. I'm not counting the neck in this, just the head.
Hey, Darwin. Are these guys meat eaters or plant eaters?
Well, they would probably. I mean, they eat fish. So I'm not really sure he'd be capable of eating us. But definitely something. Definitely might, have a little bite to see. Just to check us out. Not to be malicious or anything. Much like how sharks do these days,
Oh, yeah.
Well, let's pretend that they messed with some of their genetic code and made them bigger. And thus probably need more food.
I mean, it's still unlikely to eat us. I assume it's used to that fishy diet and not really having to worry about, it's not used to all of our limbs and stuff. I assume it's just more curious than it is actually dangerous.
As you're all saying this, but like you're all staring at the plesiosaur as it's like lowering its head down, and you do see its mouth is slightly open, and there are conical shaped teeth. They're not serrated for like pure meat eating. You get the sense that like they definitely use their jaws for defense, but they are like their body is built to swallow fish. But like if it were to bite you, it would definitely hurt because it's still conical. And it is just currently kind of like watching the two of you, but the weight of its like as soon as its head kind of like gets like within the space, the doors cinch into the neck, and their gears begin to grind, and the plesiosaur begins to moan like a and it begins to shift in the water, and the bullet begins to shift in the water as it is now beginning to pull you around in this river with its neck, as its head is now stuck within. What are y'all doing?
Darwin's
Go ahead. No.
Darwin's first instinct is to try and like basically grab onto this creature's head and like push it out. Like they are again forgetting the current potential danger that they are in and just seeing, oh no, there is a creature who needs help.
Would you say that this is a passionate action? Because it sounds like a passionate action.
I was thinking it was more of a logical action.
Go ahead and roll me 1d6 for chaos, and you can get an extra one if someone decides to help you.
I'll try to help.
Okay, so Kelso is going to run up and help you as well, so 2d6 chaos.
That's 2 failures.
So, dude, I got 2 3s. My number is a 3.
Oh, I think.
Or was it only supposed to be?
Oh yeah, no, it's yeah. So it's kind of weird. So with helping, it says if you want to help someone who's rolling, say how you tried to help them and make a roll. If you succeed, give them a +1d or a +1d6. So
Okay.
Yeah, so because you did that, Mars, you roll an extra d6. Like, roll another one and to see if you succeed.
Okay. I failed both of them.
No, like you rolled a 2, or no, yeah, because it would have helped. Yeah. Anyway, yes. So the two of you go up, and you're avoiding the teeth. You grab the snout and like the lower jaw, and you push. You both begin to try and push up, leveraging your body at the bottom of the boat. But what ends up happening is because of the buoyancy of the bullet itself, you push on the plesiosaur, and the neck gives a little, but it's like scraping up against the side of the glass, and the two of you push the bullet down deeper into the water as you kind of like try and like push the creature out, and like the way that the panels are sliding, like there's a slight leakage of water from the bottom sides of the panels. Not from the top, but from the bottom, where you are pushing water essentially into the very thin spaces in between, and it's beginning to pour into the vehicle as well. Do you continue?
No.
Okay, so the two of you let go, and the vehicle, the bullet rises up slightly, and the plesiosaur continues to writhe around.
Kurt, can you open the doors? Let this thing go.
I can try again. And he tries to open the windows again.
Okay, yeah, you hit the button and you hear once again the grinding, and as soon as it lets go of the plesiosaur's neck, their head is like whipping about, and it shoots the bullet off to the side in kind of like a diagonal manner, as the plesiosaur kind of like whips its head around and immediately kind of like dives into the surface of the water. Underneath the surface of the water, and the bullet is kind of like righting itself, and the doors are once again opening slowly, and the floor now of the bullet is like maybe up to, I would say, a little above your ankles in water, and the bullet is just kind of like bobbing there slowly as you begin to like start the engine once more. There is a large push from underwater, and the bullet once again tips over and crashes down to the side, as you all now see the plesiosaur is now attacking the bullet, trying to smash it into the side. Kurt, what are you doing?
Well, at this point, more water would be bad. So probably trying to close the windows again.
Okay.
That button's getting a workout.
Yeah, for sure. You hit the button, and the doors once again slowly begin to rise back up to the surface. Are you moving the bullet at all, or
that's what I was going to ask you. So you say it's pushing us into the side of what?
So to the side of the river. It's essentially going to run you aground at a certain point in time. And so you need to either move or tell me what you're trying to do in order to try and evade the creature, or try and shoot the creature, whatever y'all want to do. But if you continue to let it hit you, it's going to run you aground into one of the jungle canopied areas, one of the jungle islands in the middle.
Okay, so we're in the middle. Okay.
Oh no, you're in the top, but the way it's hitting you, it's going to hit you onto one of the islands. It's like pushing you in that direction.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. So we're getting pushed into the island.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, okay. He's gonna roll with it. He's gonna try and, I mean, if it's gonna try and shove us onto land anyway, then it may be just best to just go with it and use the momentum to go up onto land.
Okay.
Especially if we're still struggling with water right now.
For sure. Go ahead and make me another vehicle handling check.
Three successes, but no chaos.
Okay, you begin to turn the vehicle and start heading towards the jungle canopied island. And right as you are cresting on the water, there's one final push from the back, and the vehicle is kind of like launched out of the water slightly as it kind of like rumbles onto the thick canopy growth. Are you stopping there, or are you continuing forward?
Stopping there probably sounds like a good thing to kind of take stock of where we are.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, the vehicle kind of like inches forward a little bit, and you've kind of sit there, and the panels finally like click up at the top.
So, how is everyone? Enjoying your experience?
This has been great.
Could overall be better. When I own this place, there's gonna be some real changes.
I'm having a bad time.
I'm sorry to hear that, customer.
You know, hey, look, dude, you can drop the customer service talk.
Can I talk to your manager? Oh wait, they're all dead.
That's a good one, Dane. I like that.
Technically.
I like a sense of humor.
I was cooking that up. I know you're picking up what I'm laying down.
I think my chances of riding the dinosaur are starting to dwindle a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit. I mean, when the dinosaur was in here, you could have possibly like grabbed on, but you gotta take your moments, man.
The fact
I
that,
did not get where I am now by sitting in the sidelines.
the fact that I think I am the only person who, after this experience, am going to pursue therapy troubles me even more.
You know, I
Is
actually
this
took
you,
a.
Eric, or your character?
You know, the lines are blurring.
I took an online course, so I was almost a therapist.
That's
Listen, darling. Mental health is very important, and I have a psychiatrist I talk to at least 3 times a week. We do a lot of very good work together. Don't you worry about me. I'm very mentally sound. He says so.
Wait, what are you saying? Wait, hold on.
Masha was chillingly good. Like,
Wait a second.
Like what spooked me was when she said he says so, her eyes just got real wide. And I'm like,
anyway,
Cool.
how
So
we
you-
doing?
yeah.
Art?
right, okay. Windows closed, let's get moving. And he's gonna try and get the thing moving again.
Do you want to get the water out?
Anyone got a straw?
That seems like a good idea.
I mean, like it's not that big of a deal. You all just kind of have wet socks right now, unless you have waterproof boots. And so
These are high quality silk socks, and you will be hearing from my dry cleaner.
um,
You will be sued by my dry cleaner.
He's also my lawyer. He runs the business all the time.
you all begin pushing forward, and I think I'm gonna ask Darwin to make me a theory roll, 3d6, as you're crushing through the undergrowth of this specific kind of like this specific area. I'm assuming you're gonna be like looking around and kind of like taking in the surroundings. So I
Yes.
think you're analyzing the information, and that's why I would like you to roll a theory roll to figure this out. I'm kind of bending the rules because the idea is that theory and chaos are supposed to be just for actions, but
That is 2 success dice and 1 chaos theory dice, which I think counts as a success.
yeah, that's a critical success. So the way it works for theory is that you have to roll below your number for theory and above for chaos in order for it to count as a success. So you get a critical success, so you get an extra effect, and then you can also ask me a question that you may have concerning the current situation or the mystery in general, I suppose. I keep saying mystery. It's not really a mystery. You're in it now, you know. It's not a mystery of like what happened. You all saw it.
I guess my question would be what should it is I guess just what should this group be on the lookout for? What and how can Yeah. What should we be on the lookout for?
So this actually coincides really well with what I had you roll for, which you did succeed on. So you know, as an avid paleo expert, that dinosaurs are relatively territorial about a lot of different things. More than anything, they're nursing grounds. And you, as the bullet begins to crush forward in the undergrowth of this
Had to say crush.
of this jungle like landscape, you notice some telltale signs of mating. You know, some animals like
Gross.
they.
I don't want to know what those
They,
signs
they
are.
will like
Is anyone like really getting horn.com vibes right now?
like Darwin can tell from like crushed undergrowth and like crushings on trees that some like heavy activity has occurred in this area. And the
Could just be fighting though. What makes it specifically mating?
because the paleo expert sees it that way, and
I see.
the and so the and you know that like usually where for certain dinosaurs where they mate is also where they lay the eggs, and you know that if you don't stop soon, there is a chance that you will breach into nursing grounds. What did Elsa say? Oh no, it was Masha.
I do get both vibes.
Oh my god. Oh my gosh.
Let's roleplay that chat dialogue very quickly.
Oh no.
Dinosaur sex happened here.
How?
I don't know.
How do
just
you know that?
I don't know. Just vibes, bro. It, you know, it's just the dinosaur sex vibes.
Classic.
So do we
That's-
see the
I-
eggs?
I think that's a hashtag on horn.com.
It is.
So wait, do we see the eggs?
None of you know this. This is an observation that Darwin has made. And so
Darwin is
Kurt
just-
is still pushing forward. So so essentially Darwin needs to say something soon or else.
Yeah, Darwin immediately says, "Hey, this might be not a great direction to go. There appears to have been some dinosaur mating stuff going on, and you know, generally,
That's hot.
No, generally invading on dinosaur, you know, on any animal's breeding grounds is not a great plan."
That's hot.
Are you
Oh.
saying that if the mating has happened here, does that mean there are eggs? Or perhaps like little dinosaurs?
Yeah,
I don't like how
Well-
excited you just got.
Well, no. I mean,
I'm also
Why
excited
not?
about the little dinosaurs.
Well,
I
imagine.
think we should listen to Darwin here. I think we should go and check out these baby dinosaurs.
No, but imagine
my
for
name's
a
Darwin, but
minute.
I'm glad you're backing me up.
Imagine
what I've
for a
said,
minute
Darwin.
that
I'm sorry.
the quality omelet you would get.
So
Oh, you
Don't
wouldn't
you
eat them.
dare.
That's disgusting. No, you
Just
collect them.
imagine.
You know
Oh,
how
okay.
when you
Well,
get those
I collect
confetti
them
eggs
for my
at,
stomach.
you know when you get confetti eggs at like a festival, and you like,
Oh,
do a little
okay.
pinhole in the top and bottom, and then you blow all of the egg out. You let it dry, and then you fill it with confetti.
Wham!
Crack it over your friend's head like a prank.
As
you
as
can
you
do that
say
with
this,
dinosaur eggs,
as
they're
you
just a
say
lot
this,
bigger.
the bullet rocks to the side, and you all turn, and there is a prominent bending in the glass on one side of the bullet, and you look to the side, and you see
Prominent bending.
a
Eyebrow wiggle.
Pachycephalosaurus
a lot of
standing
fun
there,
depending on here.
approximately 15 feet in high.
Tail.
15 feet in high with a hard domed ceiling, its back completely straight, and it looks up, and you see its
Wait,
angry eyes looking
How
at
hard
your
is it?
vehicle. It bent the glass of the bullet itself.
Okay, so
Um,
pretty hard.
And like and
Dude,
like
there's a Pokemon that looks like this.
it begins to
Ramdas?
Yes.
it begins to back up slightly, and it charges the bullet once again. What are
Oh.
y'all doing?
Crying.
Yeah,
I'm not
I
in the
think
driver's seat.
I think Dane feels very powerless. He is not in control of this situation.
Is he
Personally,
live streaming or not?
I think he's live streaming. I think he's going on. He's going
Oh
on
my God,
Horn
live
Live.
streaming his own death.
He's doing a Horn Live where it's like,
How
"Hey guys,
absurd.
what's up, my Horners? It's good. I might die.
I'm here on Dinosaur Island Park.
Yo, here, Dinosaur Island Park. New business ventures coming soon if I don't die. Yeah, getting rammed really hard by this hard dinosaur.
And on cue, wham! Once again, and it like misses the old the first hit, but like essentially smashes in like maybe a foot or so in between, and it once again the glass dips, and there one small little stress fracture connects the two. It's very, very thin, but it is the first time this entire time that you have seen structural damage to the bullet.
Well, that's the first time I've seen that happen.
Drive.
How quickly do you think you can make this thing go, Kirk? Because I have a feeling that if we stay here much longer, it won't end well for us.
He takes a small breath for a second because they were just asking him to go see the eggs, and now they're saying no, we should leave, and he's a little overwhelmed. Now he's not saying this out loud. He's just a little overwhelmed for a second before he puts the thing in the gear and tries to drive.
Okay. Is anyone else doing anything at this time?
Darwin is explaining to the group more about dinosaur physiology,
Oh yeah.
which, unless people are interested, I will not describe for the purpose of making this not go on too long.
So it's all good. Yeah. So what I'll say is, Kurt, go ahead and make me another vehicle handling check. I think this time I'm going to have you do it with 2d6 because there's now structural damage to the bullet, and this dinosaur is actively like within a close distance to you. So it's a bit of duress. Yeah.
I got a 4 and a 2, and 2 is my number.
Right on. So with a 2 in general, you do it well. You manage to move forward, and the dinosaur just kind of like rushes past you. And what's your question? Do you,
knowing the layout of the park,
Mhm.
I have been working here. That stress fracture, how's it going to handle in water? Exactly.
Oh no, you know that like the stress fracture isn't completely through the glass. The glass itself is like a couple, like I would say like maybe 3 or 4 inches thick, and it is maybe cracked the first inch. And so like if you get water, eventually if it's kept in water for too long, it will make its way through the glass. But
Right.
just being in water isn't gonna mess it up too much.
Okay. Good.
So you've launched the bullet forward. What direction are you taking it?
So where are we exactly? Like,
So if you're looking at the map, the 2 islands in the center, you are on the one on the right.
right.
Yes.
But are we like at the top of it? Or are we towards
You're
the middle?
you're like top middle because you moved inward slightly. But being a park staff, that these islands that are in the center of these like man-made lakes are essentially, one is for research and the other is for development, which is like in a lot of different ways. It's like most of the time they're using these islands as nursing grounds and as like mating grounds, and the other side has a research facility where the scientists like take actual like live observations and things of that nature and run tests.
I love that the development side is just
Say it, Masha.
yeah.
It's keeping up.
It's just not the kind of development that I think my brain was anticipating, like the development of Babby Dinosaur.
They are the brand. But yes. So you're like at the top half of this island. So you could go on either side and hit water, or you could go the long way and hit water.
I mean, yeah, I mean, either way, we're going back in the water. I think that he's knowing what's behind him. He's going to, like, kind of cut in a diagonal down toward the I guess the center water point this time,
Okay.
just so that we don't get back in the water with the angry plesiosaur we tried to decapitate.
Yeah, for sure. So you gun it diagonally through the island, and as you're roving through the forest, you hear the sounds of eggs cracking. And
Oh, I want to
as
do
you
that.
are like rushing through the
So
the
are we
forest,
still against the omelet?
you're rushing through the forest, and you see just like nests in a bunch of different areas, kind of like spaced out, but every once in a while you will hit one and like maybe crack or crush 2 or 3 eggs inside that nest. By the time you get to the end of the island, the Pachycephalosaurus, there is a Parasaurolophus. I don't know. Is it-
Parasaurolophus?
That's the one. And a Protoceratops are on your tail, rushing past you, or like rushing towards you as you race towards the coastline. They have slalomed the car several instances, the bullet in several instances, but they're each one of them, with the exception of the duck-billed dinosaur, are just like not quite fast enough to keep up with the bullet. So they catch you like in the early stages, but by the time you get to the edge, like you slam into the water, and the 3 dinosaurs just kind of like roar in anger from the shoreline. Although I'm pretty sure the duck-billed one can swim, kind of, but whatever.
Darwin is spouting more dinosaur facts. And is specifically talking about, I think, there's a very famous skeleton from the Gobi Desert, or very, very famous fossil from the Gobi Desert of a Protoceratops and a I think it's some sort of small theropod locked in combat, and it's very cool.
Dope.
I take a picture of those dinosaurs on the beach.
Yeah.
I should have taken one of the dinosaurs' head, but I forgot.
But yes, you cross the river and you manage to get onto the dock of like where the central tower is just fine. Is anyone doing anything at this time?
Nothing really to do but wait to try to get out. Honestly, hopefully we just make it to the bridge in time.
Yeah, as you all kind of like, yes.
I think Darwin is looking ahead and trying to like plan the best route to the exit, and then relay that to Kurt, not Kirk.
Good word usage. Go ahead and roll me theory. We'll say with 2d6, because you're just naturally very intelligent, but you don't have the best idea of like, you don't have a map on hand, arguably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is 2 successes, 1 being a chaos theory.
Very nice. Okay.
Wow.
So yeah, with 2 successes, you do it well. You know that like the wall on the side of the docks is smashed through, but you manage to find a semi-level way through the debris in order to get to the other side. What question would you like to ask?
I'm gonna say, what should I be on the lookout for? But more specifically, are there any, as I am looking ahead, does Darwin see any carnivores or ones that might pose more of a threat than some of these other dinosaurs who we've passed by?
Definitely understandable question. I will say, Darwin, from your base understanding of how the way that the park is split up between Triassic, Jurassic, and Cretaceous, and the fact that the Brachiosaur herd essentially smashed all openings, your mind is kind of overloaded with information, just because from the fact that if there was a place that would be the most dangerous, depending on like number of dinosaurs or converging dinosaurs, this is the spot. Like, this is the one opening where they can all kind of like mix and rumble together, and you are driving straight into it. As per your question of looking for carnivores, the bullet is moving through the debris as suddenly you hear a roar and the crushing of glass.
Cool.
So does Darwin say anything to Kurt?
Oh yeah, Darwin is relaying this whole thing to Kurt.
Okay. Are y'all, Kurt, have you stopped the vehicle? Are you pushing forward still? Everyone would have heard the crushing of glass and the roar.
Where do we hear it come from?
The debris is currently blocking your view, but it is like off to the side.
And we just like looking. Okay, yeah. So looking that way, it's just debris.
Yes.
We could go around it, but it's just like blocking our immediate path, or like what?
Yeah. So you are snaking through the debris, and currently, right now, where you are within the debris, the direction of the sound is blocked, so you cannot see it. If you continue forward, you probably will, but it makes sound, obviously, and you're not sure what's ahead of you. So I'm going to ask Kurt, are you continuing forward, or are you stopping the bullet?
No, I mean, if no one stops him, he's gonna keep going.
Okay.
If
At this
someone
point-
were to like climb it though, like would someone be able to like kind of see if there's anything under the debris?
You'd have to open the doors. Because the bullet's not an off-roading vehicle or an all-terrain vehicle, so it wouldn't be able to climb above the debris.
I couldn't hear that, Des. I saw you talking, but no.
No, I'm staying soft. No, I thought about possibly doing something stupid, but it's fine.
Okay, so Kurt pushes the bullet forward. As it rounds around the debris, it is extremely chaotic. You watch as herds of small dinosaurs like run past, and small packs of other like smaller theropods chasing after. You do see like some sauropods, which are like the long-necked brachiosaur type dinosaurs, but they're very small. They're almost like dog-like in size. And you get the sense that maybe those are from the Triassic period, just like older evolutions of the same dinosaur, just like much smaller. And they're kind of like milling about. All these dinosaurs are just kind of like very confused. They're like, the theropods are just like hungry and like attacking anything that gets too close. And the sauropods are kind of like all like closed together. Herbivores are milling about oddly. They're all giving a huge wide berth from a T-Rex that is standing at about 55 feet in length, and which like in height is like, you know, basically nearly, I would say 30 or 40 feet. But like the idea is that the T-Rex currently has 1 foot on a flipped bullet, and its weight is sinking into the glass, and inside the bullet you all can see Kyle and his bargain brand group of of Chaos Theory characters being crushed underneath the weight of this T-Rex. They're all
Borner's in there. We gotta leave him to die.
The whole
Come on.
the whole vision being
Okay.
based on movement thing
Sure.
is like it's not true, right?
That is that's correct. That is
Okay.
yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
Well, kid, it's time for you to ride a dinosaur. You ready?
What?
Am I on T-Rex? Is that gonna happen?
If you want to, I was gonna suggest open the doors and you can run over and hop on that T-Rex's back.
Kurt is going to start opening the windows.
Perfect. I'm glad people started listening to me.
Why are we opening the windows?
We
You
can't
had the
just leave them
plan.
to die.
They're beginning, the windows begin to open, and there is still that grinding noise. And you see like a couple of dinosaurs nearby hear the noise, look in your direction, and like scoot away. While some of the smaller, there are so many like theropods in general that like arguably look extremely similar. I'm sure they're very different, but like they're all just kind of like on two legs with like the still usable arms and like that very like raptor-esque shape. And they're all just kind of like looking around. Though you do see that a lot of them do have like a lining of like furry feathers on top of their skin, and so they're not like just pure lizard. Like you can, there is like plumage, there is still colors kind of like in the like expressed within the exteriors of all these creatures, and you see that they're all just kind of like looking at the bullet curiously. They haven't decided to attack. But the T-Rex kind of like raises its head and looks over at your bullet before its foot kind of like crushes through the glass of the other bullet and crushes two of the people inside, which you know would be the Bargain Brand Darwin and the Bargain Brand Beatrix. And the T-Rex kind of like looks back down at this new event and reaches down, and you hear a screaming, no, God, no. And they grab, what was the name for Dane's Bargain Brand?
Wayne Borner.
Yeah, the T-Rex's teeth clamp down on one of the arms of Wayne Borner and pull him up into the air by his arm, and they like as they pull him up, there's a crunch, and Wayne Borner falls down to the ground and is like impaled on the glass of the bullet before the T-Rex goes back down and eats the rest.
Well, that's business, baby. Let's keep going.
But currently, Kyle, Bargain Brand Kelso, and Bargain Brand Dick are still alive. What are y'all doing?
Oh no, it's penis. I can't believe it.
No. It's Virginia.
Okay.
That's $1.
Okay. For which one?
All of them.
Okay. Cool. Okay, let's keep going.
Yeah, what are y'all doing? Because I will say where the T-Rex is right now is basically right in front of the bridge.
I said we get by. We, take the opportunity.
Here's a question. So the bridge retracts when a dinosaur gets on it. This is what I learned from Lee. Does it retract towards the other island or towards our island?
It retracts towards the other island.
Okay, that's good for us. I don't know. We could try it. We make good sharp turns.
I say we just go.
We could try to.
We could not do much to a T-Rex. I know.
Yeah,
I have a lot of T-Rex toys.
The doors are like click in place, and you are now exposed to the atmosphere. And as soon as that happens, you see the theropods' heads kind of like perk up and look in your direction, and their bodies kind of like raise like down to a level, and they begin racing towards the bullet.
These things are bloodthirsty.
Drive, please.
And they're
drive.
all the size of like maybe like bloodhounds. Like they're not
Okay.
like Jurassic Park velociraptors, but
Sure.
there are many of them, and they still have claws and teeth. And
Close the door. Drive faster.
Is there a way that we could drive while we're driving by the T-Rex, try to grab anyone and say, hey man, you just gotta jump in and also shoot at the T-Rex at the same time? Or is it just like, not feasible, not possible?
are you asking me as the GM, or are you telling that to the group?
I'm asking the group, like, how y'all feel about it?
No, there's a
well-
bunch of tiny dinosaurs running after us and are about to jump into our car. And two, I don't think we're that fast.
So, a couple of questions. One, are there any people out from the other bullet outside of that bullet?
No, they were all inside of the bullet
Still inside.
when
Okay.
when the glass cracked. So essentially,
Right.
like if you're looking at the bullet as like a bullet shape with a pointed tip, the back end has been crushed, and Kyle and the two others are kind of like crouched at this end here.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know that there's anything we can do for them.
Plus, like, have you seen Transformers Beast Wars? Dinosaurs are freaking tough.
Second question. So, the doors on this bullet,
Mm-hmm.
or on bullets in general, can go down and also up. Because they
Yes.
go up when we walk out. So since they've gone down, there's really no like step way down, right?
That's correct. So there's still the base, right, where the mechanism is and things, and that you stand
Sure.
up on. The
Sure.
the panels lift from that space and like connect with that
Okay.
space. Like they always
Okay.
come back to that specific space. So essentially, what happens is like it opens up and you take a step down from the chassis onto the ground.
Got it.
Yeah.
So there's no real easy way for the dinosaurs to get in.
Not unless the door
Because
is
we
completely
are, I mean,
open.
we are lifted. I mean, the doors aren't all the way down because they've gone down, not up. So the getting down onto the ground isn't accessible.
Yeah, so like the doors will not go all the way down to where the chassis is, right?
Of
Like
course.
you're not going to be, it's not essentially going to be like a skateboard situation. It like
Right.
they'll go down to a specific side, and like I think what I described earlier was like if you are sitting down, they will stop at like essentially head level, so that if you're
Right.
sitting down, they're still above here, but if you stand up, they're like at waist height.
Sure. Right. So like, but like that plus the wheels and whatnot on this thing are a good several feet above the ground.
Yes, I would say like maybe 3 or 4 feet off the ground. Yeah,
Oh, so not nearly as high as I thought. Okay.
yeah.
Um,
Or I'm
I
sorry,
say
no.
we.
I'll book that up to like maybe 5 or 6 max, but like it's there's still plenty of debris,
Sure.
and so the dinosaurs could crowd, but
it'll take them effort to get in as opposed to them just like walking into the bullet, which
yes, that's correct.
was my chief concern.
I say we close the doors and just drive.
I agree.
See, call me after this. I'll get you a job.
No, it's fine. I don't think you'll have anything to suit my qualifications.
Okay, I will ask.
How do you feel about How do you feel about a secretary position? I am gonna fire Janice at some point.
I will say the doors are down. I don't think anyone specifically said that they wanted to raise the doors yet.
I keep saying it, but we haven't done it yet.
That's
Kurt
correct.
hasn't-
Um,
hasn't,
3 of you have firearms.
Oh, yeah.
4 of you have firearms. Are any of you taking shots at the dinosaurs?
I am not, just because I fear attracting the T-Rex directly to us. Granted, I imagine most of the small ones would be frightened by gunfire.
I can barely point and shoot, so I'm not shooting quite yet.
Okay, because the theropods are still racing at your car, and they have gained it. They're maybe like 1 action away from getting to the bullet. So I'm asking if there is an action that somebody wants to do or start now.
I mean, unless we start raising the windows back up, I'm gonna at least aim at them.
Okay.
they're still down, then I'm gonna take aim too.
Are we shooting the dino?
If the windows aren't raised, then yeah, that's up to Kurt.
Only when they get super close.
So I'm just gonna say, Kurt, you wanna the windows?
And Kurt shoots the T-Rex.
Oh right, you had a gun.
Do you really? Are you telling me you do that?
Yes.
Okay, right on.
I throw Kurt out of the car.
The,
No, he's the only one qualified to drive this thing.
Yeah. Okay, Kurt. Roll me chaos. 1d6 because I don't know if you're trained in fire. I don't think you're trained in firearms. So 1d6 for chaos.
Okay. That is a 2, which is chaos theory.
Okay, right on. So is there any information that you want at this moment in time as Kurt is rising up to shoot the dinosaur?
Yes. How do I protect the victim?
Okay. Okay, yeah. So I think at this point in time, as you rise up to shoot the dinosaur, to shoot the T-Rex, you are watching its jaw descend down to the 3 individuals in the leftover remains of the bullet, including Kyle. And you being the upstanding person that you are, you rise up and you take a shot because you know that probably the best way to protect those victims is to draw the T-Rex's attention to yourself.
Yeah.
And so you rolled 1 dice, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to say you take the shot. The cost of your shot is that the theropods are going to get to the bullet before you can begin to lift the doors. And so you go up and you take the shot and you watch the bullet like impact. There's the gunshot and then there's an audible kind of like thunk as you hear the bullet pierce flesh and hit bone. And you watch the dinosaur's head kind of rise up. And we'll say for the sake of it, because it was 1d6, you actually shoot it in its little arm, and it it's probably like also like a hit to their pride too, because they're already probably pretty self-conscious about the arms.
Because of what the arms are for.
Would you like to tell people what the arms are for, Masha?
Just a theory. It's just a theory.
Nope. This is like Jurassic Park, where
chaos theory.
where until disproven, the theory is correct.
Technically,
There are so much better theories.
No.
No. We want to hear this concrete.
Are
fact.
there though?
But you strike it in its very little arms, and
His whittle arms.
I have a big head and little arms. And so you and the T-Rex kind of like its arm kind of presses up against its chest, and it just turns to you and begins to roar. And at that same point in time, the theropods kind of like amass against the hole of the bullet and begin kind of like they can only jump so high, so there's some initial jumps to get inside, but they hit the glass and there's like thunking of their bodies slamming into the glass of the bullet before they begin jumping onto the sides of the debris and attempting to jump inside from the top. So I'm going to ask now, those who had their guns raised, are you taking shots?
I'm going to shoot at the debris they're trying to jump on to scare them away from it.
Okay. Kelso, our resident miner, what are you shooting at?
I think I'm gonna go ahead and take a shot at whichever one's closest.
Okay,
towards
at the
them.
actual
But
dinosaur?
not the dinosaur, like near them, like the ground. Same thing, trying to scare them away.
Okay. I'm going to ask the both of you to roll chaos 1d6. Oh, well.
Could I roll theory? Because it is a plan and is strategic.
He is like shooting the thing they're climbing on, which is an active choice as opposed to just shooting the thing that is scary.
That is, you know what? Yes,
Technically, theory is worse for me.
That's fair. I think.
Scary.
Why would you do this then?
Wait a second,
Mr.
You coming in with the? I would really
Lord.
like to. I would really like to play theory.
I was trying to help. You made me not help.
Rick-
Speaking of helping, can I actually help the two of these guys with their shots?
Oh yeah.
How would you help?
I think that with everything that's happening, my hand is like potentially not on my gun because we're like stopping and starting and doors are being raised and closed. And so I think like I am like helping them aim and like instructing Damon Kelso like how to look down the sight of a gun and like make sure that he aims correctly, and like just kind of telling both of them like, okay, like you want to like breathe out a certain way and like let your mind go blank and like, you know, just like
I will say
the thrill of the kill, you know.
I will say yes, but your help only helps one of them. Choose.
I think that I think I'm gonna help the teenager. You got to start him off young, you know.
Okay. So, Dez, you're gonna roll go ahead and roll.
I have to see if I help him first.
That is correct.
And just roll, right?
And that's a success, I think, because I roll a 1d6, and if I succeed, they get 1 extra dice. Correct?
That's correct. If it beats your chaos score.
Yeah.
Okay, then yes.
So it succeeded. Des gets an extra dice.
Yeah. So Des Kessel will roll chaos 2d6, and Ricky Tiki Tavi is gonna roll 1d6 for
Thanks.
for the theory.
Okay.
The first one was a 6, and then a 4.
Right on.
What's your number?
3.
That is a 1.
Wow.
My number is 3.
That's great. Okay, so we'll start with Kelso. You hear the instructions that I almost called you Bellatrix. That Beatrix is shouting from behind. And because you were initially going to shoot one of the dinosaurs, but instead you shoot on the ground, and you watch like 6 or 7 of the small theropods just immediately scatter in different directions at the force and sound of your bullet. For Dr. Hickory, I'm assuming you're a doctor or have a doctorate. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So he's got a bunch of degrees.
Yeah. For the doctor, you shoot, and the
I have a business degree.
the bullet strikes the debris nearby, and it does cause several of the theropods that had jumped on there or were planning to scatter as well. There, you are still surrounded by the pack, and they will probably regroup in a moment, but you have saved yourself some time. What are y'all doing now?
We gotta move.
Time to move.
Okay, so you're pushing forward?
Yeah.
All right. Kurt pushes forward the bullet, and it begins to push away all the theropods, running over some of them as well. And it's just like, and you begin racing towards the direction of the T-Rex, who has now like also begun moving, thundering towards you. What is the plan here?
Like
I imagine-
Tokyo drift around this.
Tokyo drift around the T-Rex, go to the bridge, get over the bridge.
Yes.
Okay.
Sharp
So,
turns.
I'm going to say, from the fact that you were in a stopped position and you are attempting to drift around a creature, you need excess speed. And so that in and of itself is going to mean less control, and you have a thundering dinosaur in front of you with theropods right behind you. So, Dustin, I'm going to say that your roll is a 1d6, but your allies can help you by doing something. If like they just need to like
Great.
Shift to weight, you know? Like go to one side, everyone lean.
okay.
That's
So
what I'm doing.
That's what we're doing.
Could
I
shooting
think-
away-
I yes.
I think Kurt gives Horner his gun since he's gonna be focused on driving.
Okay.
You've made the right decision, man.
He's. I've just eaten all the LSD
So-
I had on me, so I'm ready to go.
Good luck, Mr. Horner.
Die, dude.
So, Dane, Chris, so you were shifting to the side, even though you have the gun. You're gonna try and like help with momentum.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's my plan.
One other person can do something because the max you can roll is 3d6.
The doors are back up now.
They are not. No one has
They're closed.
moved it out. So you
Oh, I
are
thought you
open
raised-
air.
Okay.
Nope.
I either put up or drive. So
In that case, I'm just gonna start shooting at the ones on the ground, the little guys. Try to get them, disperse them, get them to stop trying to follow us.
Okay. I'm not. I under the circumstances of the vehicle roll that that Kurt's going to be making, I'm not sure if shooting the theropods is actually going to help with that specific roll. The thing that they were holding back was just the fact that you were stopped and are now having to push forward. Like you're not entering this drift with momentum. You're having to make up for the momentum with
sure,
speed.
sure.
You get?
I
And
think
so,
we were
like,
kind of joking when we talked about drifting. I don't know if we're literally going to be drifting.
that's the way I interpreted it. So it's
We're-
like
okay.
Well, how big are we and how big
Yeah,
is the
we're
grid?
drifting.
no,
Yo,
here's,
man, let's fucking
Kira
go.
drift and
Can I just roll already?
this has suddenly
No, no, no,
become
hang
a Fast and Furious movie. We're all familiar.
Can I ask somebody for something to help? Because I have an idea of what someone can do to help.
Yeah, I'll say like you have moments before you need to engage, and so like if you've got something, you got to say it now.
Okay, Dame Beckham, can you shoot the T-Rex in the eye?
Oh, okay. I get. I instantly went to Chuck. Oh yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, so Dane's gonna attempt to shoot the
No, not Dame. Dame Beckham.
Oh.
He's
Oh,
using-
gotcha.
he's
I'm sorry.
using
It's
her
we have
appropriate
a
title.
character named Damon Kelso, and then there's
Yeah.
Dame
And
Beatrix Beckham, and then there's
Dane
a
Horner.
Dane
Yes,
Horner.
I did bring this up when we did
And
the
a
retreat,
Darwin
but nobody
Cope.
was
Darwin and a
concerned.
dick.
and a dick.
We have all 5 of the 6 of our players.
You can
have a
call
D in
me
their name.
Richard if you
Yeah,
want.
okay, so you say that, and yet my character is the one you keep mixing up.
Well, it's because it's because I've had to ask you to make all the rolls.
Okay, Kurt. Let's go.
Okay, so
Yes, absolutely. I would love nothing more than to take out the eye of such a fierce creature.
okay, so then
Well, you don't have to be that
Let's
deep
do
about
this,
it.
dude.
okay, so
What am I being mean about? I don't understand. You politely requested I perform a task, one that I excel at.
so
Just shoot the lizard.
okay, so here's how this is gonna work out.
Drifting.
Mr. Horner,
Roll. Ah.
Dane Horner is
rolled
going to roll for theory because it is a
Okay.
calculated thing to smash her side for momentum specifically. It's an oddly smart move to make. So that is going to be
Yeah.
theory.
Okay.
Shooting
So I have-
the T-Rex will be chaos for Beatrix. And so
Okay.
How
just
many
gotta-
dice? Is
I
it
gotta
just
get
one?
over
it's just
3.
one. You just roll one
Okay.
and you have to beat your chaos and Dane has to beat his theory. Or,
I didn't.
Or not, you don't have to beat theory. You have to roll below your theory or below your number.
Wait.
So,
What?
Dane,
Oh,
your
right.
number is 3. Did you roll below a 3?
Yeah, I rolled a 1.
Okay.
I misunderstood the rules. I was like, I lost.
And then,
I got a 1.
and then chaos is above.
Okay. Crazy.
Yes.
What did you get, Beatrix?
5.
Okay, yeah, perfect. So now Kurt can now roll 3d6.
Okay,
Come on, Kurt.
and Kurt is going to roll 3d6 right now. And let's see if we can drift around a T-Rex now that it's not attacking. Okay, that's 1 die, that's 2 die, that's 3 die. That is 2 3s and a 5.
Right on. So
Dude,
that,
this LSD is hitting different.
so
I was like, no.
three things occur in like consecutive motion. Kurt engages the frictionless drift. Beatrix raises the rifle and shoots at the charging T-Rex, and Dane slams his shoulder into the side of the vehicle. And so we get this motion where the bullet is like just like translating. There is no bumping, there is no movement. It is sliding, it is translating on an open plane, frictionless, nearly frictionless, as the momentum of Dane's slamming kind of propels it forward. And as it's sliding, Beatrix shoots, and you do manage to take out like a good chunk of its eye with the bullet, and the force knocks the T-Rex off course and into nearby debris, and the vehicle skids, and Kurt re-engages the tread, which shoots them out towards the bridge. The T-Rex has been taken out for the time being, like stunned for the time being, and you are racing towards the bridge. You do see that Kyle and the bargain brand Dr. Hickory have stepped out of their bullet. The other one seemingly have been killed by the T-Rex squashing it with its foot when it turned. But the two of them are kind of like Kyle is like holding up the other guy, and like he waves a hand as you approach the bridge. What are y'all doing? The doors are still down.
Gonna lean out the side with a hand down. If there's no dinosaurs chasing us that can eat my arm,
Grab Kyle.
To try to grab onto one of them.
Kyle. Do Kyle.
I mean, I'm just gonna reach a hand down. Whoever grabs it, grabs it. I only have one arm,
Fair enough.
justifiably, that I could use.
Yeah.
Is anyone else? Or are y'all just gonna watch?
I'm doing the same thing.
Okay. I was like,
you know,
I
Dane's just
completely
like,
missed what was happening because I zoned out. So I would
Oh,
maybe
lovely.
be helping, but I don't know what's happening.
Zach-
it's like
Zach-
reaching out to grab Kyle or blah blah blah.
Oh
What was his name? Zach?
no.
No,
Okay.
wasn't Zach.
Okay. It's Kyle and
Kyle and Discount Hickory are.
That's correct.
I don't know why I called him Zach.
I don't know why either. We said two very distinct names.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm just like confusing his radical attitude with one particular pawn.
So Dick is holding out his
yeah.
hand. Is anyone else doing anything?
Darwin's
grab
holding out their hand.
Okay, Darwin's gonna hold out their hand.
I believe Kelso is as well.
yeah.
Dane's just sort of, you know,
Okay,
like
there's
he's
only-
holding the gun lacklusterly, you know, man.
There's only two of them.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, so the three of you roll me chaos, and I'm going to say 1d6 because you are in a racing vehicle. You have a hand stretched out, and there's the physics of an arm being pulled way back, and like how strong your actual muscles are to pull them inside or keep them up. It's a very finicky action to do in general. As much as I would love to have, you know, a Vin Diesel's muscles in that situation, I'm pretty sure most people don't. So
Yeah, I
1d6.
certainly
Yeah.
did not-
We really did become Fast and the Furious.
Well,
Oh fuck.
Okay, I rolled above my number. I rolled a 4.
Okay. For chaos.
Yes.
Okay, good. Des, what did you roll?
A 1.
A 1. And Mars, what did you roll?
I also rolled a 1.
Beautiful.
Woof.
Kyle.
So, yes, Dick, you managed to grab Kyle's arm, and you like the momentum lifts him up, and you feel a pull, and you know that like if you don't pull him in soon, your shoulder's going to dislocate.
Yeah, dislocate. Yeah,
Darwin, you go in to grab Discount Hickory, and your arm grabs him, but the force is just too much for your arm, and your arm whips back, and you dislocate your shoulder, and I guess Kelso reaches in to get the same to get who you lost, but the force at which they hit Kelso knocks Kelso out of the bullet.
all
And
the way out?
all the way out the bullet, and
We're all the way out.
and Discount Hickory and Kelso roll on the ground as the bullet speeds towards the bridge. What are y'all doing?
Well,
Oh heck.
he always wanted to ride a dinosaur,
Um,
and I feel like we should let him. Let's go.
I'm
For-
pulling. First of all, I'm pulling Kyle up into the
All right.
bullet.
He's gonna, as he gets inside, he's gonna be like, "Thanks, bro. I really appreciate it."
Shut up.
Hey, don't talk to him like that. He's just been through a lot.
You shut up too.
Kyle's
Oh,
gonna
yeah,
look.
keep driving.
Kyle's gonna look at Dane and just be like, "Sup, bro?"
Sup, dude? Hey, can you drive?
Um,
And then I will say for Darwin, because of your dislocated shoulder, you'll take one less d6 for chaos rolls moving forward, especially if they're like physical in nature.
So yeah.
Can I try to fix it?
You want to reset the.
this feels like
Yeah,
something
I would say
Dane Beckham could
I kind of
do.
want to say that's theory, to be honest, because like it's a physical action, but you have to understand how to
Right.
reset
Yeah,
it.
that's the question. Has she ever done it before?
I would say
I think.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like she would have, because you go on these hunting trips
Yeah.
to go, like, hunt
She's a
very
vet.
big, scary animals.
like
Your
big-
friends are gonna dislocate body parts, and
Both of
if they're close to you, you don't want them to die. Like, it's just not fun to carry a corpse back with you back to your hunting lodge. They're just really heavy. It's a lot better if they can carry themselves.
Yeah.
So,
with their own 2 feet.
Yeah, that's what I was like. If Kurt tried to do it, it would absolutely be chaos because he'd never done that before. So he would just be like punching someone in the shoulder. But yeah, that's theory.
I agree with
But-
Masha's reasoning. So it would be a theory roll. We'll say 2d6.
How far are Discount Hickory and Kelso?
The gap is widening. The
Right,
as you
we're still
continue, you're
moving.
still moving.
Well, again, he always wanted to ride a dinosaur, so I feel like it would be against his will if we went back.
I suppose I count myself in the minority of people who don't want kids to die. So,
Wow.
Also, definitely running after the bullet.
yeah.
He is up and running.
See, he'll catch up.
What did Beatrix roll?
Oh, I like that look.
Oh no.
Oh man.
the curse of Masha dice is that she rolls well when she doesn't mean to. So I rolled two, I guess technically 2 failures because I wanted to roll below a 2.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
So
That's
that's a
pretty
0. 0 successes. Things get worse somehow.
Oh, great.
Sorry, Mars.
Hmm.
You're dead now. My bad.
The one arm.
you're trying to, like-
paleontologist.
You're trying to push the bone back in place, but you just push them out of the bullet.
I think what ends up happening.
Let's.
Yeah, this is a pretty. It's a failure. It's a
Uh-uh.
crucial time in the story.
Yes. Yes.
So Beatrix rushes over to help Darwin and immediately grabs the shoulder and just like completely just like maybe in the moment they just like their muscles moved in the wrong direction, but they make it completely worse. And Darwin screams in pain and just like flings themselves backwards and they slam into Kurt. And Kurt loses control of the bullet and it skids and barrel rolls on the bridge and just like slams
Right.
down. And you are all tossed within the interior of the bullet itself.
Bye, Groovy.
Oh, come
Are
on,
we all
Groovy.
inside still?
Yeah, yes, you are all still inside. You were and like even more so like busted up than before. What happened? to
How far
Groovy?
away are we from the helipad?
You are on the bridge, so like as if you can get across it into the area. From the bridge, you can actually see the Golden Pig helicopter is beginning to kick up. The engines are beginning to warm up. So if you can get across the bridge, essentially you're safe. But you are halfway, and like the bridge has like the bullet has rolled to where the wheels are on its side, so it's not feasibly going to be able to be uprighted without all of you doing it collectively. But half of the bullet is teetering on the edge of the bridge, and so I'm gonna everyone's going to need to try and roll to get out.
Okay, let's do it. What am I rolling?
Chaos.
Okay, let's do it.
I mean, if we're all trying to get out, right? So everyone rolls.
Yes.
I suppose except for Kelso.
Yes.
So,
Kelso,
just, like,
you get up, and you get up in time to watch the bullet roll, and your friend's lolling inside, and now it's teetering, and you and Dr. Hickory begin booking it, but you hear a roar, and you turn behind you, and you see the dinosaur has now righted itself, one eye bleeding, and it's looking at the two of you running, the carnage of the bullet ahead, and it is beginning to charge towards the bridge. So I'm gonna need to know what
past us.
you're all running in the same direction. The T-Rex is behind you. You are running towards the island over the bridge because there's no other way across.
I got a 3. So that is chaos theory, if I am not mistaken.
Yes, it is. So Chris got chaos theory. What did Kurt roll?
Kurt hasn't rolled yet.
I also got chaos
and
theory.
in this scenario, I'm trying to think. Everyone's just gonna roll a 1d6.
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
Mars, Darwin is also gonna roll a d6. They are extremely wounded right now, and I said the one thing, but I don't think it's actually I don't think you should roll. 1d6 is the minimum, essentially.
Right. Yeah.
So that's the idea.
Well, Darwin has a very high score, and so rolling anything chaos is kind of hard for them, and so they rolled a 2 and failed.
Okay.
And this is just to get out of the vehicle.
That's correct.
Do we have to?
It is currently teetering on the edge of the bridge, so it would probably be best to. Yes.
Yep.
Well, I mean, if you
said
feel
that,
like
I
it.
just forgot
What did
completely.
Kurt roll?
6.
6, perfect. Beatrix.
Yeah, I rolled a 1.
Okay, so failure for Darwin and Beatrix, and Dr. Hickory.
I rolled a 3, which is chaos theory.
Okay, perfect. So we'll start with Dane's chaos theory question. What would you like to ask the GM?
What is the best way for at least me to get out of here alive?
For sure. The way that the bullet is sitting, you are going to have to climb over Darwin to get out first.
Well, here we go.
Okay. So
Might as well.
one of the flavor-wise, Darwin, you're the way you were smashed, you're actually really close to getting out, even if your arm is hurt. And as you're inching forward, you feel hands grab onto you and using you as like a handhold. They pull you back, and you feel Dane Horner just like climb on top of you, pushing you further back into the bullet as they use you to get out.
You know,
So-
I think you like dinosaurs enough that you should really get closer to them.
So we're all in agreement here, right? If this was an actual Jurassic Park movie, Dane is just gonna get right. Like that's
Yeah.
just
Oh yeah. But it
Uh,
appears at the rate that I am rolling, it is going to be the opposite.
He's gonna be sitting on the toilet and eat like a
Yeah.
cow.
And so now, Dr. Hickory, what do you want your chaos theory question to be?
My question is, how do I best help the 2 other survivors get out of the car, the bullet, before it teeters over the edge?
Literally the opposite.
So you look, and you're on your way out as Dane gets out. His weight shifting the bullet causes it to dip further, and so you shift your weight up to the edge, and the bullet dips back onto the bridge. And so you know the best way to protect those two, or to help them, is to get weight onto the other end of the bullet that's not hanging off of the edge. The only other person in the vehicle that succeeded in their role is Kurt. And so you could call out to Kurt and ask Kurt to help you weigh down this side to give Beatrix and Darwin a chance to get out.
I
But
think I will do that.
okay, Kurt, do you help?
I mean, obviously, right? Like, he just shot a T-Rex to help, like, his rival.
Kyle.
And, yeah, like, who is in this vehicle, I think.
Okay.
Yes, actually.
Yes, you are correct. Let me roll for Kyle. It's chaos. Yes, he succeeds. And I think Kyle will. The reason that Beatrix fails is because Kyle climbs over Beatrix and pushes her farther back.
Of course.
And so both Kyle and Dane are out of the vehicle now. But as Kurt shifts to the side with Dr. Hickory, the vehicle kind of like rights itself. And Darwin and Beatrix can make one more chaos roll to try and escape the vehicle. However, I will need Kelso to make me a chaos roll to outrun a T-Rex.
Just that sentence is amazing.
Very good.
Is it still 1d6?
That is correct, yes. Or actually, no. Go ahead and do 2d6 because they're technically helping you in this situation.
Am I just one?
Yes, you are just one.
Still got a 5. Let's go.
Okay, right on.
Track star, baby.
Yeah, Damon Kelso is booking it to the point to where the bargain brand Dr. Hickory gets left behind and the T-Rex snaps him up. And like,
Oh, no.
like the T-Rex like isn't like the T-Rex essentially like cleaves him in half. So you watch his feet just kind of like fall on the ground, or like his legs, his waist down just fall on the ground. But the T-Rex isn't really looking for him. He is gunning for the rest of you. And so he is stepping forward, following Kelso onto... Kelso, you are on the bridge. The T-Rex is about to step onto the bridge.
So the T-Rex isn't necessarily going for me, it's going for the people past. So
I mean, you're in the way, so it's still going to get you. It's like, it's two birds, one stone. And so what did Darwin and Beatrix roll?
Darwin rolled 2 failures.
Okay.
What am I rolling?
Chaos.
How many?
2.
2.
That is 1 success and 1 chaos theory.
Okay. What's your chaos theory question?
Do I think if I take one more shot at this T-Rex with my rifle that I could take it down? Or no, better question, how many more shots do I need to get into this T-Rex to take it down?
You think
I assume that I'm still like somewhat aware of what the fuck is happening.
if you can get, like when you get out of the bullet, if you can manage to shoot out the other eye, it probably would disorient it enough to where you could maybe like run off the edge of the bridge. But it would have to be one extremely lucky bullet to take out the T-Rex in one go, maybe while it's like roaring, so you have like a clearer shot to the inside, if that makes sense, as opposed to the skin on the outside that's protected by bone. So yes, that's how you adjust for that. Now, because you rolled 1 success, you technically rolled 2 successes.
Right, 1 success and one chaos theory. Yeah. That's nice.
Yeah, I guess that's the one that. So I guess the chaos theory doesn't count as a success because you have to roll above your number for a success in chaos.
It's the same for the other one. You have to roll below.
Right, but you rolled exactly, which is why you get the chaos theory as opposed to a success.
Yes.
So with 1 success, you barely manage it, and you either have a complication, harm, or cost. And I'm going to say that as you are running up and you have your rifle slung on your shoulder, you manage to jump onto the bridge just as the bullet slides off of the bridge and plummets into the ocean below, and you feel like the strap on your gun comes up to your neck. It comes up to your shoulder and your neck and begins to bite in, and you look behind you and Darwin is holding onto the strap of your gun. And so in this scenario, you can either save Darwin or save your rifle.
Now I can tell you what a real Beckham would do. You hear the voice of your ancestors. You need those teeth.
I will say I will not be offended if you kill Darwin.
Yeah, but will Masha be able to sleep at night?
Idle question before this is fully answered. What are the rest of us doing?
That's a great question.
Can any of us help?
Dane's running.
Or I know that I don't want to supersede this judgment at this role, but
No, you're good. Trying to think. I will say
or it
right
could be
now,
just,
right.
bullet time too fast for us to react.
It is all happening very quickly, but I will say that Kurt and Dr. Hickory have managed to get onto the bridge and are now kind of like standing up as soon as the bullet kind of like falls down. And right now, what the two of you see is Beatrix holding onto the edge of the bridge and kind of like struggling to get back up, right? Because Darwin is holding like underneath, essentially hanging underneath. Dane and Kyle are running towards the resort.
As I'm running, I'm saying, I'll put your names on a special event on Horner.com.
Kyle's like, that would be awesome, dude. If you buy this place, can I be employee of the month?
Look, Kyle, when I buy this place, you're gonna be fucking in charge.
Fuck yeah! And the two of them are running towards.
$1 from each of you, thank you.
From each of you monsters.
At the exact same time that this is happening, Kelso is like maybe halfway to Dr. Hickory and Kurt, but you all hear a thud as the T-Rex's clawed foot hits the edge of the bridge, and its other foot lands on the other one, stepping onto the bridge. At that point in the time, you all hear like an alarm sound, and the bridge shifts slightly, causing Beatrix to slide just further off the edge, and the bridge is now slowly beginning to retract towards the resort, and the T-Rex is like adjusting for the new movement. What's everyone doing?
So he's on the bridge now.
He is on the bridge now.
Okay, fully on the bridge now. If I am able to help Darwin, I will do that. If not, I am just going to shoot the T-Rex and start walking backwards.
I will say, if you get to Beatrix, you will see Darwin. So, if you're going, I guess essentially the idea being that you're going to go help.
I would
Beatrix.
initially go to help Beatrix,
exactly.
see Darwin, help them.
Yes. At the same time, before that happens, I need Beatrix to make her decision of whether or not she's going to save her rifle or save Darwin.
The Beckham.
Yes.
My rifle is more important than any human life, especially one that I've never.
Oh my god!
Like,
There's so
This
many
this
stories.
Darwin character never shut up either.
Exactly.
Who cares about dinosaurs? All I care about is their body parts.
And their teeth.
And their exactly their body parts, their teeth.
Yes.
I think that whatever Beatrix has to do to pry the rifle away from Darwin and then climb up on the bridge, she's gonna do it.
Okay, so you make eye contact with Darwin and then your rifle. Darwin, you make eye contact with her and then look at where she's looking at, and you watch Beatrix's hand reach down to the clasp that holds the strap. And Beatrix, do you have any words? Or do you just do it? It's okay if you just do it.
Darling, never get between a Beckham and their weapon.
And the clasp is undone, and she grabs the rifle, and holding the loose strap, Darwin begins to fall, I'll say at this point, like, Dr. Hickory, I'm gonna need you to make the fucking any roll you want, whether it's theory or chaos. I don't care, whichever one. Make it. I'll make it a 2d6 because you were prepared to help someone anyway. And we'll see. If it's chaos, go ahead and.
Yep. So I got to roll 2 above a 3.
I hate to say it, guys, but this whole situation is kind of chaotic.
That is a 4 and a 3.
Nice. Okay, so you also get a chaos theory question. What's your question?
That's an excellent. Can you tell me what happens before I ask
Yes,
a question?
very fair. As you watch Beatrix heft her rifle up and pull herself up onto the bridge, and you instinctually you almost it almost looks like you slip, but you go into kind of like a sliding belly roll off the edge of the bridge, and you grab onto the edge of the bridge, swing down and grab Darwin's arm. You are now hanging off the edge of the bridge by one hand, holding Darwin up. So the cost of your one success is that you now need help to get.
Is there any way? Is there a ladder out of the water? Looking around, is there a way out of the water on the side of the island, or where we're trying to go?
So I should preface this by saying the drop into the water is several hundred feet.
Oh.
So yeah, you are all on this is like island
so.
Cliff situation.
Okay.
That was my thought this whole time. So I'm like,
Yeah, I was always like, this is a death drop.
Yeah.
I thought this was like 50 feet tops.
No.
Okay.
let's stay in the vehicle and just roll up the window and just drop in.
Yeah. This is a
We'll
modern
wait it
day
out in the
action
water.
thriller, so it's a death drop always.
Okay. Well, oh god. I mean that's well, no.
The
that was
chances of you two surviving the drop,
astronomically low.
it's not completely zero, but it's like point zero 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 zero.
I'm not.
Well, you're rolling a lot of dice today.
And so I'll say that's what Dr. Hickory has done. Kurt, you just watched Beatrix pull herself up and Dr. Hickory slide off the edge of the bridge, but you can still see his hand like on the edge. What are you doing?
I mean, sliding up to save Dr. Hickory. Like, he obviously doesn't know that
Darwin's there too.
Darwin is hanging down there, but yeah, he's gonna go for the save just out of pure and utter instinct.
Okay. Make me 2d6 chaos. Because you were going prepared to save someone. I will say, I hope you don't fail because this is gonna end up being like I don't want to do a barrel of monkeys situation. Yeah.
That's a 5 and a 3.
Okay. And I believe
Then Kelso gets up there. He has to go to grab him.
So I need as you are doing that, as I'm adjusting how that's gonna look. I need a chaos roll from Kelso again for the last stretch before he gets to his group concerning the T-Rex. However, I will say you get a 2d6 on this one because you have a head start. Because they got.
Is this a good point to say that Kurt actually went through the Captain America program and is?
Yeah.
And it's just like Chris Evans,
He's
just like
actually
a
a super
mountain of a
soldier.
bicep, just like straining against the helicopter.
Yeah.
I watched Civil War so many times that like imagery is burned into my mind, and I don't mind it. It's just exceptional.
I mean,
That bicep, though.
It was ridiculous, man. Like I was just like,
Dang.
but yeah. Anyway, Des, what did you roll for Kelso?
A better
3,
Chris
which
than
is
me.
chaos theory, and a 6.
Okay. So what do you want for your chaos? Or do you want me to tell you what your success wins you, or because it's a 1 success?
What my success win me first?
Okay. So the way this works? Complication, harm, or cost. I will say that you trip. You get to where you get to your friends, but as you get there, your feet slip on the bridge, and you just like face plant in front of Beatrix, who is now kind of like standing up with her rifle. And you do get away from the T-Rex, but it is still like gaining towards your group. So like you didn't just like kick off past them. Does that make sense? Like you've stopped due to sneakers. And yeah, the T-Rex is running after you. So now what's your chaos theory question?
Is there any way to end up behind it?
Behind the T-Rex?
Yeah, just like not directly in front of it, like side behind it.
Yeah. Good question. Good
Why
question.
though?
I mean, you just tripped. Like your feet just
Gotta
slipped
just,
out.
like, roll.
Yeah, your feet just slipped out from underneath you. So you would have to get past its legs, probably low to the ground, so that the jaws can't actually clamp down on you. So yeah, it would either be like a baseball slide or try and roll underneath the T-Rex to get behind it.
I'm gonna go for it. I'm already there.
Yeah, you are still on the ground, so you're gonna be getting yourself up, and then you can tell me what you want to do. We'll transition over to Beatrix.
Just like roll.
Beatrix, you are on your 2 feet now, your rifle in your hands, T-Rex charging towards you, bridge also closing in your direction. What are you doing?
You know what I'm doing.
Okay.
I don't.
Wow, it's
Yeah,
two options.
I am picking up my rifle. I am aiming for that T-Rex's last good eye, baby. I'm going for it.
Right on. Okay.
There's-
Go ahead and make me a chaos roll 3d6. This is what you do.
Hey.
And you're not
This is what I do.
unaccustomed to shooting in stressful situations. So,
Yeah, I am fucking cool. I am cool
Yes.
as a cucumber. We've already made all of our goals.
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The thing's still going
It's more
on.
money for the
It is still like we have
It is
made a
more
lot
money
of.
for the kids. You right.
We've made
you
a lot
right.
more money.
I'm very
that we've
glad
not
that-
talked about.
I'm very glad that this game that I've built this game well enough to it's having a lot of people cuss, which is good to me.
Like I think someone donated 100.
Yeah, I was gonna mention there
Did
have
they-
been a couple
oh,
donations
crap.
that we haven't noticed because we're
Yeah,
at
there's been-
1150.
Oh wow.
Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah, there was
crap,
a
okay.
$20 one and a $100 one, I believe.
So
Yes.
I don't know if there's any notes, people we can thank.
Yeah, hold up. Let me if we want to take just like a quick moment.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
Dane is.
yeah, I'm gonna get to Dane right after the next course of events because this is gonna be an
I
interesting
mean,
course.
nothing too exciting is happening with Dane. Just running.
Yes, so we got the $20 donation from Higgins. So thank you, Higgins, for your donation.
Oh.
And then we don't want to like release information that nobody wants us to give, but like if somebody knows who Higgins is, like dope. The $100 donation is round 4. We're so close to the end of the month, and there's still so many good deeds to be done for the kids. Keep it up.
Oh
person.
goodness.
D&D nerd.
Thank you, friend.
This is-
Who are
It's
you?
amazing.
I'm
Yes.
so glad you came here
Mysterious
and
Of course.
watched me
person.
become a horrible person.
You do
Tell
not
us
have
who
to.
you are,
Yeah, you do
so
not
we
have to
can-
If
come
I
forward.
give you
but
my Venmo, will you continue being extremely generous?
No,
intervals?
no.
I'm kidding.
We're
I
making
earn
no
enough
money off
from
of
my
this.
job. Thank you for
Um,
being very kind and generous to the wonderful children that are being taken care of by St. Jude Children's Hospital.
Absolutely. Yes. Thank you. Thank everyone so much. Wow. Oh man. Okay. Possibly killing my friend's characters. Okay.
Let's do it.
Back in character.
I'm game if you're game.
If you're gonna kill one of our characters, it's probably best to use these instead of the ones we use on Tuesday.
That is
Probably,
Yeah.
I mean.
that is fair.
Yeah, Masha.
Dang,
So-
I was just about to start a whole campaign
What
with
did I
these
do?
guys.
you just let Darwin drop.
That wasn't me. That was Dame Beatrix Beckham.
And of course.
All
I
right.
mean, of course.
Masha, what did you roll?
Oh, I'm sorry. When Chris is terrible, you don't yell at him.
Well, it's expected of me.
It's only because I play Anne, who is the nice one, that y'all are mad at me. Y'all don't like it when I have stuff going on. Anyway, I had that was 3
I'm not mad at
successes.
you.
I'm just goofing.
It was 3
Masha. I'm not
successes?
actually
I know.
upset.
Yeah,
Okay.
I rolled a 3, a 4, and a 6.
Okay.
3 successes, I believe.
Yes, it is.
So it's a critical success. I get some extra effect.
You do. You
What is it?
brace
What
yourself.
Do I get? Is it some teeth?
You brace it onto the on your shoulder, and you're just like you're waiting. You stand there and you wait as it's thundering towards you. Do you have anything cool to say as this T-Rex bends down and roars at you?
You don't deserve a cool line.
No, say
there-
something cool.
When in the thrill of the hunt, there is no cool line. Only like perfect, just like baited silence.
Do you know what the T in T-Rex stands for?
Teeth.
So,
Teeth Rex.
Yes, the
Come
Teeth
meet my
Rex.
good friend, Teeth Rex.
I'll say, Kelso, you stand up, and you can see, like, Beatrix holding her rifle, and just the smallest smirk come across her face as she shoots the
It's a
shot.
bold smirk.
And the T-Rex's roar opens its mouth wide enough to where the bullet shoots through the mouth and goes through the skull. And the T-Rex the momentum in its movement continues, slows, and then collapses and slides from the momentum until it sits dead at Beatrix Beckham's feet, Dame Beatrix Beckham's feet, with maybe 5 feet of distance between it and the two of you. And the teeth are there for the picking if you want it. But this the bridge is still closing in from the end. So now I'll say Dane and
Wait,
Kyle.
I have a question.
Yes.
So when you say the bridge is going in, do you mean the whole bridge is going inside the island, or do you mean parts of the bridge are folding in on itself? Because if it's going in on the island, then Dane's getting to the end, to the other side of the island much quicker.
It's segmented, so they don't flip, but they fold into one another. If that makes sense.
Okay. Because I'm just asking if this is a treadmill kind of
It is not.
Treadmill.
It is not, but you and Kyle have made it to the resort. Do you want to get to your helicopter?
Yes.
Okay. This
Is
isn't
there,
this.
are there other helicopters there, or is it
it's
my
a-
pig one's the last one standing?
It's a multiple helipad kind of situation, but your helicopter is the only one that is that's raring to go. You and Kyle could get off this island right now if you wanted to, and that's my. There's not really a role because you are now kind of in the safe space. So my question for you, Chris, is: would Dane Horner leave these people behind and take his helicopter and take himself to safety?
Dane Horner, CEO of Horn.com, now soon to be owner of Dinosaur Island Park. So much things going through Dane's mind, mostly because of the LSD he's taken.
It's mostly LSD.
Microdosing or
It was a lot.
Okay. He's not Bay Area microdosing for productivity. He's balls to the wall.
Yeah, he's what's going on? Where are the dinosaurs real, or are the dinosaurs in my head? The golden pig is talking to me right now. What am I doing? I think Dane will wait 5 minutes, and that will be that. Because he's kind of well, if Beatrice gets back, cool.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so now we move to Kurt. So Kurt, you have moved over to help Dr. Hickory and Darwin. I believe I told you to roll a 2d6 for chaos. You can re-roll that if you want to, unless you want to keep the scores you now, because I kept you waiting for so long.
Nope, I succeeded
You
twice.
rolled really well.
No reason
So
for me to not.
Okay, perfect. So what did you roll?
I rolled a 3 and a 5.
Okay, perfect. And so no chaos theory question, but you get 2 dice succeed, which means that you do it well. I'll say, like, it takes you.
Question.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Yes.
just before we enact that, should I roll something, because I am holding on with one arm, and like Darwin is not Darwin's a nerdy paleo expert. They're not at the gym 24/7.
So this is where we kind of get into like the stack of operations, right? And how we resolute that. So I'm going to have both you and Dr. Hickory roll as well, but you get help because Kurt was Kurt essentially does the same sliding thing that the doctor does, but he keeps the most of his lower body on the bridge, and he's basically using his arms as like a way for y'all to latch onto and pull yourselves up, hoping that his lower body weight will keep him on the bridge. And so the first person I would argue that needs to go is Darwin, because like bottom up, as opposed to Dr. Hickory trying to haul a whole ass another person with him. And so Darwin, you can roll with a 2d6 chaos.
Oh boy. Luck.
And
That is a double chaos theory. I rolled 2 5s, and my number is 5.
wow. Okay.
What does that mean?
I
No, you
don't
can.
know.
You can
Darwin
just
leaps up
ends.
onto the table.
hold up now.
The,
It says you can change your action if you want to, and then roll again. It says you get a spatial insight into what's going on. Ask the GM a question; they'll answer you honestly. Some good questions. What should I be on the lookout for? All that stuff, whatever. But if you ask me a question, if you have a question, then maybe I can help you, and then you can change your roll, change your action, and roll again.
Could Darwin get their backpack up? They are worried about themselves, but they also understand that research goes beyond one person, and I think that their first instinct is to not lose the observations they have made and wants to try and get either Dick Hickory or Kurt to grab the back, like basically they want one of them to grab the backpack first and then grab them.
Okay.
I guess.
So I physically cannot grab the backpack because I have one hand holding yours and one hand
Yes.
holding the bridge.
That is fair.
Yes. So I physically can't. So it'd have to be Kurt if someone
those
were able to
Chris
grab
Evan biceps.
it. Yeah.
So are you attempting to hand off the backpack to Kurt?
Yes.
Okay. Roll again. 2d6.
Oh.
Theory.
Hi. Hello.
Yes.
This is cool. But I just did a Google because I was wondering. So this game is based on the game Lasers and Feelings, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
In the most recent update to Lasers and Feelings, a roll of Laser Feelings counts as a success.
Okay. Perfect. Okay. So then that was 2 successes for the first roll. Do you still want to try and do the backpack thing, or do you just want to attempt to pull yourself back up?
Big succeed.
I just dropped a d6, but I think Darwin is still going to attempt to do the backpack thing. I think they have kind of taken stock of the situation in a very logical way and are like, well, I have only one good arm and also have been holding on to this bridge dick for a very
So
Yeah.
yes, I agree with you. Did you roll for chaos?
I did not. I rolled those 2 5s and I have not rolled.
Or actually, I think I said theory. Yeah,
You did.
you roll for
Oh,
theory
okay.
because you're like, it's not. To me, it's not rational, but you're attempting to do it intellectually. So yes.
Yes, yeah. They're going about it in a logical sort of way, or at least logic that makes sense to them. 1d6 or 2d6?
2d6 still.
That is 2 successes.
Perfect. Yeah, so you reach up and Kurt manages to grab the backpack and get it onto the bridge. The difficult part about this is that the arm that Dr. Hickory is holding onto is your dislocated shoulder arm. So the pain is excruciating. And you're not, like, you are beginning to feel, you're beginning to lose grip on your hand of that arm. Like, that kind of bad. Like, the ligaments are tearing that terribly. Yeah. So, Kurt takes the backpack. Dr. Hickory, what are you doing?
Trying to just hold on and wait for Kurt to help, I guess.
Okay, roll me 2d6.
At the moment.
2d6 chaos. And you, because we'll say that, like, Kurt grabs your arm, and that's essentially the help that he's giving you.
That's a 3 and a 6.
Okay,
that's
perfect.
A success and a chaos theory.
Do you have a chaos theory question?
I mean, if it counts as a success, no.
Okay, so then, you manage to grip onto one of Kurt's forearms, and he begins the slow process of pulling you up. And we'll say, by the time I ask y'all to roll again, Dr. Hickory, you'll have like one armpit on the edge of the bridge.
I think my bigger attempt is trying to get Darwin up as well, just so I can put both of my arms on, and so it's easier for at least me to get up, so I can help them up all the way.
Yes, I'll say that.
I know one of their arms is dislocated.
I'll say.
There's adrenaline happening. It's justifiable.
Yes, I agree. It wasn't a critical success, so I'll say you get them in the.
It couldn't be
as your arm gets over the bridge. You have managed to get their hand basically to the edge of the bridge, but this is also the hand that is losing feeling. Right. And so that is kind of like the micro bullet action that is happening currently as you get one shoulder, this here, as that is occurring. The three of you are engaged. Kelso, you just watched your one chance at riding a dinosaur drop dead at your feet. What are you doing?
That is exactly what I was trying to do. That would be tough.
Maybe you can save it.
No, I think so.
You perform mouth to mouth.
Group CPR. Group CPR.
But Beatrice is already inside its mouth, taking out its teeth.
We have to group CPR this large reptile.
I think I'll probably...
Universal constants.
I'll probably try to attempt to assist, like, a little bit. I'm not the strongest, but I'll try.
Help with the situation on the bridge?
Yeah.
Okay, so you'll rush over.
This is gonna be bad. This is really gonna be bad. I'm about to fall off.
Beatrix, what are you doing?
I am trying to harvest some teeth, my dude.
Okay.
I imagine that I probably have some kind of like
a Bowie knife.
I don't know. Yeah, like some kind of. So I don't know what you like. You can't use like tweezers for that. It's
no.
Big.
Yeah, and it would take too much time. So I'm gonna say you roll theory 2d6 because this is a precise, methodical situation.
So I have one to find out how it goes, and then do I have +1 for preparedness or for being an expert?
You get technically.
I would like to argue that I would get both of them because I do this all the time.
No, I under normal circumstances, I would agree with you. But the bridge is beginning to collapse in front of this T-Rex, so you have a limited amount of time. So even though you would get a 3d6, it is now a 2d6.
Fine. And you said it's a theory, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Lord. I rolled I guess one success. I rolled Chaos Theory, which
Technically counts as a success
is
too.
technically counting as a success. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I'll say it's going with the amount of time that you have. You managed to get one good, like, little larger than a palm-sized, like, fang out of the mouth of the T-Rex. If you want to go in for more, that's going to cost you time and probably another roll because the bridge is collapsing at like a constant rate, and it is essentially maybe one or two actions away from causing the T-Rex to fall and then getting to your friends who are still hanging on the edge of the bridge.
My what?
Friends is a strong term.
Yeah, I'm talking out of character, but yes.
Oh.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think that I would try to get one more tooth.
Okay.
See if I could get it. I mean, come on, I'm gonna come back nearly empty-handed. That's not what I want.
Right on. Okay. So
Beckham is more than happy to go down with their prey.
This is true.
so
Yeah, we know that like firsthand.
So I will ask you for that roll in a moment, but I'm going to jump over to Kelso. Kelso, go ahead and roll me 1d6 chaos. 1d6 chaos in order to help with the current situation on the bridge. And if you succeed, then it essentially adds a 1d6 to everybody's rolls involved in that situation.
Bridge, I feel. All right, bet. So 4.
Okay. Yeah, so you succeed. So you rush up and you immediately grab onto both Dr. Hickory's and Darwin's arms as he's like bringing up with his other hand, and you help them more. So now I will need Kurt, Dr. Hickory, and Darwin to roll. Kurt, you will roll a 2d6 chaos, and Dr. Hickory and Darwin, you will roll 3d6 chaos.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
You know, teeth is just feet backwards.
Nope.
I got 3 failures.
Okay.
I got 2 successes and 1 failure.
2 successes, 1 failure. And 2 successes?
Dub 2s, which is chaos.
Okay. Okay. So, Dr. Hickory, you get up, and Kurt, kind of falls on his ass as he's pulling you up the bridge. Kelso, you are holding on to Darwin's arm. And problem being, you're not that strong, and they are not gripping your arm at all. Like, their hand is just kind of sitting limply, and you see now that their shoulder is twisted in a really weird way, and their face is in super amount of pain, and you cannot hold on. There's a moment where you look at Darwin, and Darwin looks at you. Darwin, do you want to say anything?
Darwin, just in a very pained voice, says, "You have my notes, and you have contacts at whatever. I need you to get it published, or I didn't. If I die, I won't have finished my research, but I need it to get out there. At the little bit that I did."
This entire time, as they're speaking to you, your hands are sliding down each other's arms, and you're desperately trying to hold on, but now your palms are sweaty, and again, Darwin is not capable of gripping on your arm. And finally, when you get to fingertips, they break, and Darwin falls into the water. As Darwin falls, Dane, it has been maybe close to 4 minutes since you've arrived at your helicopter. Are you staying, or are you gonna go?
Can I see the bridge from here?
Yes, the current segment of the bridge is closing in, and the T-Rex is beginning to slide. And you see that Beatrix is still there, trying to carve out something from the mouth.
Well, Kyle, it seems that Beatrix is sticking to their guns in an ironic sense and going down with the ship.
I respect that. Feminism all the way.
I don't.
Oh my god.
I don't.
Can I kill Kyle? Can I just run over
Overall,
with my
kind of
gun,
stupid,
please?
Kyle, to sacrifice yourself for T-Rex teeth. When in all honesty, once we're done, I will literally be making so many teeth. Honestly, just
It
poor
would make a
judgment on her
cool
part.
necklace. Can I get one for a necklace?
Yeah, Kyle, you can totally. So my significant other, they own their own healing crystals company. I think dinosaur parts and teeth, I think, would really help their business.
That's pretty dope.
It is overall, it's very interesting. So I'm thinking a whole line of dinosaur themed products would really drum up business, and so yeah.
Cool.
I really love what they're doing. They support me, I support them in all our business endeavors.
The pilot's like, "Are we going?"
I mean, I guess.
Okay, so you and Kyle get into the golden pig helicopter and begin to take off of the helipad.
He named it Charlotte's Web, even though the pig's not called Charlotte.
That's some pig. I will now transition over to Beatrix. You can feel the weight of the T-Rex beginning to slide off. Roll me one more 2d6 theory. Actually, this is going to be 1d6 because the body is actively sliding off.
You told me I had time.
You did, but
still
some
good.
time has passed. And so
Time is relative, man.
I will
One,
say,
right.
and no, I doubt anyone's going to help you in this specific endeavor.
Anyone,
So,
I'm not expecting it.
anyone
so
gonna pull Beatrix out of the...
Wait, hold
So-
on. Let me pick my single d6 wisely here. I'm gonna use Bigfoot.
and it will be
Ooh.
I don't know if I will give you or remove luck from this roll.
The
It
Bigfoot
will
one
be
for a
theory.
Beckham.
It will be theory.
You are a Beckham after all.
The Beckham and the big feet.
Okay. That's a failure. I had to
Okay.
think about it for a while. I rolled a 5.
Okay. So you are inside the mouth of the T-Rex, clawing out one more tooth when the T-Rex dips off of the bridge. And you being on the edge get caught on one of the teeth, and now you're pulled off the edge. You're pulled off the edge, and
It was fate.
How ironic.
I will give you one chaos roll, 1d6 chaos roll to see if you grab onto the edge of the bridge or if you fall.
Oh my gosh.
You have a 2 for chaos, right? So you would have to roll a 1 to fail.
Gosh,
Me
both
that
Beckham...
has crappy dice luck really wants to roll just to see what happens. But the RPG part of me doesn't want to force my friends and fellow party members to try to save my character who's just terrible.
Oh, you're not forcing us to do anything.
That's true. I want you guys to decide that you're gonna leave me behind.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
I'm gonna roll.
Very
Yeah.
similar to that of another Beckham's death.
And I was gonna
Yes.
say there is just something very poetic.
Yeah,
About both
alright. I'm gonna
Beckhams
try. I mean, of
hanging
course,
off-
I'm gonna try to grab on.
Right on.
Both
Okay.
Beckhams hanging off the side of a bridge.
Did you roll a one?
Did you get a 1? No,
Yes!
Monster.
Yes,
No.
I did.
Oh my god.
That's right, baby.
You're-
That's the one. Come on, baby.
Oh
That's
my
the
God.
Beckham. That's the Beckham way.
We don't even
That's-
get the choice.
Okay, no, it has to
Beatrix.
be every
Every Beckham
This
You-
is this is divine intervention.
Every Beckham
Can
must
I make
fall
a
off a
polite
bridge.
request of how I die? Can I
Yes.
offer up to you how I die?
By all means.
So, you know in the movie Hook, when the big alligator clock just like falls over onto Captain Hook, and then he's just kind of gone? I would like there to be this like slow-mo scene of me falling and the T-Rex falling, and me somehow, against all odds, falling into the T-Rex's mouth to be swallowed as we plunge into the depths below.
Oh my god.
You said it right there. That was beautiful. Yes, that is exactly what happens. For those,
Excellent.
for Kelso, Dr. Hickory, and Kurt,
Thank you.
the three of you watch the T-Rex fall with Beatrix in it, and you look over to the side and you see Dane lifting off in his golden pig helicopter. The three of you are on this segment of the bridge that is now like rocking and beginning to shift back. What are the three of you doing?
Move.
Run towards the
going off
helipad.
the bridge, yeah.
Make sure we've got Darwin's research and run towards the
Oh,
helipad.
Kurt already has it. Kurt has it.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So y'all rush to the end. The bridge is closing at a relative rate, and there's no active danger now, and so y'all get to the helipad just fine. Just as one of the helicopters is warming up, and you watch as you look up into the sky and you see the golden pig helicopter. Dane, you're relatively close to them. Is there anything that you want to say or yell to them?
I look at Kurt and I'm like, I'm sorry, Kyle. You're fired. And then I fly away.
Kyle's on the helicopter with you.
He knows.
Yeah, he knows
Okay.
that.
Okay. Kyle's like, what? And at that moment,
It's a joke.
oh,
It's a joke, Kyle.
at that moment, a pterodon swoops out and
you.
slams into the helicopter, and the flames and smoke begin to spew as the helicopter crashes into the side of the ledge, and the debris fall into the ocean below.
Kurt's gonna look over the side and he's gonna say, "You can't fire me. I quit." And then he's gonna move to Elk. Listen. I just want everyone to know that if Masha's character had somehow managed to survive, Kurt was gonna be just so vicious, go over to try and save her, like he was gonna save her, and he was just gonna say, "Survival of the fittest," and then turn around and leave.
Yo.
Dang.
So,
Damn, bro.
Like, he,
Didn't get paid more.
I didn't get a chance
Real.
to fail, but he was absolutely gonna leave me.
Yeah.
He's done with this.
So now
It's a 50% mortality rate on this.
Yeah, that was
That's right, baby. That's what I like to hear.
Kurt, Dr. Hickory, and Kelso sit, blankets over their shoulders, inside of the carriage of a helicopter as it is taking off in slow motion away from this island. And they watch as, in the distance, there are Navy cruisers on their way and helicopters ahead of them beginning to shoot down stray pterodons that are escaping from the island. And they watch as the resort island shakes for a moment. And all throughout, if you notice on the map, there are load-bearing pillars between the main park and the resort. And they watch as these pillars break away, like mechanically break away, and the main park begin to kind of like shift slightly, and a turbulent mass of water beginning to well up from underneath. And they watch as the island, the mesozone, begins to drift away as if it has its own propulsion engine. And it begins to move away from the resort and away from the Navy cruisers, hopefully to freedom out at sea.
Okay.
there's so
We'll
much
see you next week for
That's
part
wild.
2.
there's so much information to process, but what it really boils down to is Kurt holding on to Darwin's backpack and notes, and there's just like the backpack's unzipped, the papers are kind of like lightly fluttering in the wind, and the helicopter slowly dips and begins to fly towards the horizon. And that's going to be tonight's session of Chaos Theory. Wow.
Wow.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone who kept up with it and stayed with us till the end. That was some crazy crap. Chris, I'm sorry, but I could
you
not.
just killed
I
me.
could
Didn't
not.
even give me the roll.
I could
Not even a chance.
I
It's not
could
even
not.
a chance. You gave Masha a chance.
How are you gonna survive a drop from a helicopter that was already in the air?
Nah,
I
nah,
could jump out before we like explode.
I'm sorry,
No,
Chris.
I'm totally okay. No, it's
but-
fine. I just never revealed all the
Yeah,
deep lore
maybe-
I wrote for Dane.
Maybe your SO can put some healing crystals on your
Uh-huh.
corpse and revive you.
Well, so his significant other, their name I had written down, and I was hoping to bring it up if we had more, but things got very crazy very quickly.
Yeah.
Their name is Zenith Polarity 9.
God.
They're very into crystals.
Yeah, are they?
Yes.
Incredible.
could never tell.
About halfway through the mystery, I came up with the twist that I was going to reveal that that Kyle and Kurt had been in a relationship at one point.
Oh.
Oh, juicy.
A
Yeah.
lover's
Juicy.
quarrel.
Kyle's
But,
no dead though.
Yeah, so there's no real point in like me revealing that in character.
You're the employee of the century now, Kurt. I hope,
Well,
I hope you're happy.
well, I don't know if you can. I don't know if you have that title if the job doesn't exist.
He is to me.
Okay.
He's employee of our hearts for
Yes.
the month. For just this month, though. Next month, I don't know. Thank you, Saul, for running. That was a blast.
Thank you,
and
Saul.
thank
Man,
you
thank
for
you.
allowing me to effectively backseat DM my own character's death.
Totally.
Perfect.
No, it was
I
beautiful.
appreciate it.
It was fitting.
And I would like to say that, you know, like with Bartholomew Beckham, there is no confirmation that he is dead.
Yes.
And perhaps Beatrix herself, who knows?
So guys,
Beckham- They're a
It's
hardy
just a
bunch.
thing that every Beckham has to fall into a roaring
Yeah.
water body of water and
Yeah,
not
it's
so
their body's
guys,
not
get
found.
ready. Get ready
Oh.
for next
Oh.
month's one pager where we do the
Oh.
Beckham verse.
yeah.
Well, the Beckhams are cursed. Every time a Beckham falls to their doom in a body of water, they are reborn in
In
a
a new-
different universe.
Uh-huh.
They know that they are beholden to die again in another body of water, only to
Well,
be reborn again.
like-
It's a terrible life.
Well, like the
Um,
infinite world theory, there is also an infinite number of Beckhams and therefore an infinite number of Beckham deaths.
Yes.
And so the
Infinite
Beckham's
number of
existence is
watery
wrought
graves.
with horrid constant death and rebirth.
The only constant in the infinite worlds
Is Beckham.
is a Beckham falling off of it.
Is that there are
Yes.
always asshole hunters, and they will all die in water.
Yes.
What solace we can derive from that. I'm so glad.
Masha, you played a Beckham so well.
You
I
did,
very much.
honestly.
Thank you. I feel
That was very hard for me as a
I
person.
feel very
I don't-
special
That was difficult.
for having I love referencing my own things.
Mars, I
So
am
that
so
was great.
sorry. I
Me too.
tried so hard
That
to
was-
save
Yeah,
you.
Darwin
Yeah,
got the worst of it.
Kelso's definitely scarred from watching it.
So, headcanon, because we're probably never going to touch these characters again. Kurt is inspired by Darwin's research and goes on to become a paleontologist himself, and discovers a dinosaur that he then names after.
Aw.
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
I
Does,
rail hard against all the investors in this.
They're all
island.
dead.
And then
Darwin gets
changes
fossilized.
his name to
Yeah.
Dr. Alan Grant. No,
Des, do you have something that Kelso does?
Kelso decides that he never wants to see another dinosaur ever again. No longer has that dream.
You literally saw 3 people die. Well, not more than 3 people
More
die.
than
You saw
that.
all
More
the
than 3
people
people
at the.
died.
You saw a lot of people die, really gruesomely.
Mm.
Yes, when a Beckham dies, their psychiatrist automatically gets assigned
wings.
to everybody who saw their death,
Mhm.
to help them cope with what
Okay.
happened.
I thought
However,
we
the
were-
therapist, the psychiatrist, will only speak on the difficulty it is to see someone as powerful as a Beckham. It's not particularly helpful
I
for
thought-
going through trauma.
I thought you were going with the idea that this, the psychiatrist did not exist. I was like, they say I'm sane.
Me too.
Amazing.
Right on.
That was
well.
that was a really good line.
That was so
Masha. I
freaking
see
good.
them 3 times a week, and they say
I'm gonna
fine.
I've got the clip. I gotta finish clipping it, but I'm
Okay,
gonna-
good.
That's so freaking
Perfect.
good.
Well, thank you all. Thank all of you, the players, for playing. I really appreciated it. I hope you all
Of
had
course.
fun. Thank you for just bringing extraordinarily fun characters into the story in and of itself. It was a lot of fun. Thank you to chat and the viewers for sticking with us this whole time, and for if you donated, thank you so much, or if you supported in any way, shape, or form, thank you so much. We are just always constantly humbled by the support that you show, and that you help us in supporting St. Jude Children's. Thank you so much. We're gonna go ahead and call it a night there. We hope to see you on Tuesday, 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time, for the next episode of Monster of the Week. We care about y'all very much. We love you very much. Please take care of yourselves. Drink some water, and hold your notes close to your chest. So, with that, good night.
Bye.
Good night.